Chapter 1464. Ling Xiao stayed in the medicine union for about half a year. Aside from alchemy, he also spent as much time as possible with Dgao. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see this gentle woman again after returning to the Sky Dragon territory. During this time, Ling Xiao had already handed over the 10 Supreme Divinity grade pills to the guild. At the same time, he had also received a considerable reward from the guild. Besides, Zhuo Xinghong had fulfilled his promise. He gave him a Genesis Stone of Water class. Although this water attribute Genesis Stone was a little small, it was complete and had no flaws. It could be used to form a Genesis formation. Now, he had 3 Genesis Stones. Adding the metal attribute Genesis Stone that the Kim people had, they had a total of 4. The Kim people had been searching for more than 30 years for Genesis Stones, so they should have found something. They were very close to collecting all 9 Genesis Stones. Ling Xiao had been having sex with Dgao for several days. His legs were a little weak. On this day, he finally steeled his heart and prepared to return to the Sky Dragon territory. He had been gone for too long. He had to go back and give an explanation to his clansmen. He had to go back and see if his relatives had adapted to life in the heaven domain. He also had to see how the descendants of the soul race were doing. These were all things he was worried about at all times. Dgao, I have to go back. You have to focus on cultivation. As long as your strength increases, alchemy will be easy. Don't rely on elixirs to increase your strength. Ling Xiao said to Dgao. Dgao nodded reluctantly and replied, I know what to do. Don't worry and go back. Remember to come back to see me. If you really have too many things to do, please send someone to send me a letter. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist looking for you. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I'll miss you. When I'm done with my business, I'll accompany you to travel around. That should be fine, right? You said it. I will always remember your promise and wait for you to fulfill it. Dgao said very seriously. Ling Xiao hugged her and kissed her on the forehead. Then he was about to leave. Daijiao finally couldn't help but sob lightly. Her appearance was truly moving and pitiful. When Ling Xiao heard her crying, he almost didn't want to leave. Fortunately, he knew that now wasn't the time to be sentimental. He gritted his teeth and immediately left the city, heading back to the Sky Dragon domain. After leaving Tianyuan City, Ling Xiao immediately summoned the Vermilion Bird and rushed toward the domain gate at full speed. The Vermilion Bird's speed was as fast as lightning. It was so fast that it dispersed the clouds in the sky. About a month later, he arrived at the domain gate that led back to the Sky Dragon territory. Ling Xiao did not stop and immediately used the domain gate to travel back. In the past, Ling Xiao had followed Ling Fei to the Tianyuan city for the sake of the Divine Alchemist competition. Unexpectedly, after arriving at the Tianyuan city, he had stayed here for several decades. Presumably, the people of the Dragon Gate and the clan thought that he had been tempted by the Medicine Union's offer and didn't want to return. Regardless of whether the people of the Dragon Gate or the clan misunderstood, Ling Xiao felt that he had a clear conscience. After returning to the Sky Dragon domain, Ling Xiao felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. Perhaps he had already regarded this place as his second home. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The Vermilion Bird's strength was also incomparably vigorous. It would not be a problem for it to fly for a year and a half without rest. When Ling Xiao passed by the Blazing Flame merchants, he very much wanted to see Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing. However, he suppressed his impulse and did not go see them for the time being. He was already carrying a lot of love debts. It was better to take care of the clan's affairs first before thinking about other matters in the future. After rushing continuously for 2 months, the Dragon Gate's territory was finally in sight. This time, Ling Xiao wouldn't be as rash as when he had rushed to Tianyuan City. He hurriedly asked the Vermilion Bird to stop and let it transform into its human form before entering the city through the gate. There was no need to alarm the elder guarding the city. The Vermilion Bird, who had rarely spoken, stared at the dragon-gazing mountain range and said faintly, What a rich dragon aura! What a good dragon vein terrain! No wonder the golden dragon could live here. There was some inexplicable connection between divine beasts. It was normal for it to be able to sense the existence of dragon aura. The golden dragon lives here. I also brought my brother Qilin here. Don't be too disappointed when you see him. Ling Xiao replied. Back then, the prodigal only had the strength of a peak intermediate 10th level. After leaving for a few decades, it would be good if he could advance even one level. Compared to the vermilion bird's strength, he was still too far away. Ling Xiao originally wanted to temporarily put the vermilion bird into the medicine cauldron, but it refused to go in again no matter what. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let it stay close to him. The vermilion bird's female form was too perfect. It was like a mature and charming woman. That devilish figure with the golden ratio was too tempting. Her exposed jade-like skin displayed an infinite charm, making one's imagination run wild. It was too dazzling as it followed behind him. As soon as it entered Heavenly Dragon City, it immediately attracted 200% of the people's attention. The surrounding men all cast lustful gazes at it. They really wanted to immediately pounce on it and pamper it. However, the aura that Ling Xiao faintly overflowed made them all feel a heavy pressure. No one dared to take liberties with the transformed vermilion bird. However, because of this, people finally began to notice Ling Xiao's existence. They all suspected that he was the newly promoted alchemy god, Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had revealed his face to the public in Heavenly Origin City's main hall. The guild's members had long since recorded his appearance with a record crystal pearl and publicized it in the various regions. Dragon Gate was a famous city in the Heaven Domain, and it was a city directly under the jurisdiction of the force that Ling Xiao was in. Naturally, it had long received news about Ling Xiao becoming the alchemy god. Now, his legendary deeds had spread all over the streets and alleys of this place. It was just that Ling Xiao himself didn't know about it. However, Ling Xiao's eyes and ears were extraordinary. He only needed to listen casually to know what the people around him were talking about. Brother, did you notice that that young man seems to be the newly promoted alchemy god, Lord Ling Xiao? It's very similar. Isn't he still in the Medicine Alliance? Could it be that he's going back to Dragon Gate? I don't think he looks like Lord Ling Xiao. Look at him, he's not wearing an alchemist robe. Which alchemist doesn't wear that kind of robe all day to show their identity? Maybe it's just a coincidence. That's hard to say. Several decades ago, Lord Ling Xiao was one of the Senjin of Goguryeo, the youngest Senjin of Goguryeo in history. It's not strange for him to wear a martial robe. I really want to go pay my respects to him. It would be great if he's willing to let me follow him. Why don't we go and ask? In any case, there's nothing to lose. However, the woman beside him is really beautiful and sexy. It's just that her eyes are too cold. It's really unbearable. Just when some people wanted to confirm whether this young man before them was really the legendary alchemy god, Ling Xiao, they suddenly lost sight of Ling Xiao and the vermilion bird. Ling Xiao didn't want to be surrounded by them, and he temporarily didn't have the mood to deal with them one by one. Ling Xiao brought the vermilion bird directly to the city lord's mansion. The Heavenly Dragon City Lord naturally knew what kind of person Ling Xiao was. When he saw Ling Xiao, he almost prostrated on the ground and licked Ling Xiao's feet. Ling Xiao was currently the only alchemy god in the Heavenly Dragon territory. His return would affect many people's hearts. Recently, there were countless people who came to send congratulatory gifts. All of them wanted to form a good relationship with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao dismissed the city lord with a few words, he hurriedly used the space formation to return to Dragon Gate. In fact, with his supreme being strength, he could directly reach Dragon Gate's location. However, he didn't want to be too high profile. Otherwise, people would think that he was ignoring all rules for the sake of the alchemy god. When Ling Xiao returned to Dragon Gate, the news of his return immediately spread to every corner of Dragon Gate like the wind. Dragon Gate had long received the messenger sent by the Medicine Alliance to announce that Ling Xiao had become the alchemy god and had even become their guild's honorary vice hall master. At that time, the entire sect celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. After all, Ling Xiao was a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect. This glory naturally belonged to the Heavenly Dragon sect. Those who had friendly relations with Ling Xiao in the past were all secretly delighted. Ling Zhao's status had multiplied, and they might be able to benefit from it. As for those who had offended Ling Xiao, they were incomparably overshadowed, especially the former followers of the Divine Body faction. Although the internal problems of Dragon Gate had been stabilized, the cracks that had once existed would not be easily healed. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was the one who had fought with the Divine Body faction the most. His achievements made the position of Kim People's faction even more unbreakable. Today, when Ling Xiao had returned, some people were happy while others were worried. However, they were more happy than worried. The Gate Master of Dragon Gate, Ling Feiwu, led a group of high elders to welcome him. Not only that, but many half-incipient God Realm experts and even the original elders were also alarmed. Ling Xiao didn't have time to return to his place before he felt a mighty aura coming from all directions. He could only stop and wait for their arrival. After all, he wasn't the same as before. Sometimes, he had to show his attitude as the alchemy god. Altogether, there were more than 300 people. Many high elders who had gone out or hadn't received the news hadn't come yet. Otherwise, there would be more people coming to welcome Ling Xiao. As for the ordinary King God Realm elders, of course, they weren't qualified to join the welcoming team. Ling Feiwu led these people to stand in front of Ling Xiao. Then, he bowed to Ling Xiao in an extremely rude manner. They all bowed to Ling Xiao and said in unison, "Welcome back to the sect, Alchemy God." Chapter 1465. Welcome back the Supreme Alchemy God to the sect. Their voices pierced through the 9 heavens and were deafening with an incomparably awe-inspiring aura. Other than a few founding elders, everyone else bowed to Ling Xiao. Even the high and mighty sect master Ling Feiwu was no exception. One could see how much people respected and worshipped Ling Xiao after he became the supreme alchemy god. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary supreme alchemy god, but the youngest supreme alchemy god in history. He was already a legend that would be recorded in the annals of history, so his return naturally caused the people of the Dragon Gate to be extremely excited. The people of the Dragon Gate already knew of Ling Xiao's brilliance. His battle prowess surpassed his peers, and there was no one in the Dragon Gate who did not admire him. Moreover, he also seized the title of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo and rose to more than 400 ranks. Moreover, he was also the most outstanding divine alchemist in the sect. These honors had already made Ling Xiao famous in the Dragon Gate. However, in the past, there was endless internal strife, so no one deliberately displayed their fanatical worship of Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had reached the peak of the heaven domain in one fell swoop, no one could suppress the excitement of worshipping him. Those characters who had always been high up in the sect, including those from the godly physique faction, also had to lower their arrogant heads in front of him to express their willingness to worship. Ling Xiao's mood was also a bit surging. He remembered that when he first arrived at the heaven domain, he was captured by others to mine in the mines and was even sent to the prison arena to fight. In the eyes of others, he was worthless. And after he arrived at the Dragon Gate, many people continuously provoked him, forcing him to resist. Now, he finally made a name for himself. No matter who it was, they could forget about suppressing him. Those who wanted to provoke him had to carefully measure whether or not they had the qualifications to do so. Surrounded by the crowd, Ling Xiao walked towards the main hall of the Dragon Gate. Along the way, members of the Dragon Gate kept crowding around him. Whether it was the Divine King, the Holy Emperor, or other weaker disciples, all of them wanted to touch Ling Xiao's face. In an instant, there were thousands of people following Ling Xiao, and the number was still increasing. By the time they arrived at the main hall, the main peak was already surrounded by a dense crowd of people. No one deliberately dismissed them. After all, Ling Xiao's return was a very glorious thing. It was something to be happy about. There was no need to do anything else to dampen the mood. However, after Ling Xiao entered the main hall, an elder finally dismissed them and announced that Ling Xiao would be given a reward ceremony so that they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to see Lord Ling Xiao. Most of the people had left. Only a small number of them could enter the main hall to see Ling Xiao. Those people were all high elders at the Sinjin of Goguryeo or above. Many of them were half-incipient God Realm elders, and some great beginning elders. Except for Ling Feiwu, who was sitting on the main seat, Ling Xiao and the other great beginning elders were also there. Ling Feiwu's position was even higher than theirs. The other half incipient God Realm elders and the Senjin of Goguryeo weren't qualified to sit there. Great Uncle Ling Xiao, we're all proud and happy that you can come back. Ling Feiwu smiled at Ling Xiao. Recently, as the Gate Master of the Dragon Gate, he had been striving hard to manage the Dragon Gate. It was even more prosperous than when Ling Chen was there. And he seemed to have put on some weight. He remembered the time when he and his great-uncle had challenged the God Investiture Altar and won the title of the Senjin of Goguryeo together. That experience was still vivid in his mind. Dozens of years had passed, and his great-uncle Xiao had left him far behind. As the sect master, he could only serve his great-uncle carefully. He believed that when his great-uncle returned to the clan, his great-uncle's position would be on the same level as the chief. It's true. Elder Ling Xiao is the first supreme god alchemist of our Dragon Gate. He's also the only supreme god alchemist in the Sky Dragon territory. He has helped our Dragon Gate gain great glory. If Elder Ling Xiao needs anything, just tell me. Old He will do my best to help you, said a low-level incipient god realm expert. This man wasn't sitting in the front, but he wasn't sitting at the back either. His name was He Dong, one of the Elder Feng of the Dragon Gate. Besides him, the others were also the Elder Feng. The real elders of the Dragon Gate hadn't shown up yet. The incipient God Realm experts of the Godly Body faction mostly stayed in the Dragon Gate, while the incipient God Realm experts of the Kim people stayed in the territories behind the Dragon Gate. They wouldn't show up easily. Usually, they were in seclusion for a long time or their souls were wandering around. As Ling Xiao had come back too suddenly, their disciples didn't dare to tell them that he had come out of seclusion. If Ling Xiao had just the title of the incipient God Realm expert, he wouldn't have asked the elders of the Dragon Gate to come out and greet him. His title as the alchemist was the main reason why they wanted to flatter him. Not bad. Elder Ling Xiao is the alchemist of our Dragon Gate. You didn't forget your roots and come back to the Dragon Gate. We're all happy. We will count on you to contribute more to the Dragon Gate. We will wave the flag for you. I don't know how to be polite. I just hope that Elder Ling Xiao can refine a supreme god pellet for me. I will be your guide in the future. Old Gu, you don't know how to talk? If you want Elder Ling Xiao to refine the supreme god pellet for you, you should at least prepare some supreme materials. If you can prepare my share, it will be the best. The incipient God Realm experts talked to each other, showing their deep desire to please Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao clasped his fists and smiled. Elders, you don't need to be so polite. I will tell you now. If anyone in our Dragon Gate has the supreme god pellet, as long as you can prepare 2 or more portions, I will refine the supreme god pellet for you to strengthen the prestige of our Dragon Gate. As soon as Ling Xiao's words left his mouth, everyone in the hall exclaimed in unison, "Good." The gazes they shot at Ling Xiao had become extremely burning and urgent, and all of them were thinking about how they should prepare those divine materials so that their strengths could improve by another level. It should be noted that the number of supreme god alchemists was too small. They didn't even have one in the Sky Dragon territory. Moreover, the supreme god pellet was extremely rare and precious. Not everyone had the chance to get one. Ling Xiao's words were like a reassuring pill to them. They sighed inwardly, "It's so good to have the supreme god alchemist with us." After exchanging some pleasantries with the people present, Ling Xiao planned to return to his mountain to see his family. However, at this moment, he felt many powerful auras coming to the hall. Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly, "What a powerful aura!" He found that the auras of these people were much stronger than him. He was afraid that these people had the competence of the middle-level Supreme Master Realm. Everyone present was moved. They all stood up and waited for the person to enter the hall. They could guess that only the founding elder of the Divine Body faction dared to ignore all the rules like that in the sect. In the next moment, 6 old men appeared at the entrance of the hall. They walked into the hall together. The 2 old men with powerful auras were surprisingly Fang Bu'er's martial uncle, Ji Chen Chao, who was also Ji Tianfang's father. The other old man was Fang Bu'er's teacher, Wei Tuesday. These two were the most important and also the strongest people of the Divine Body faction. They had reached the peak of the middle-level Supreme Master Realm. They were the old incipient God Realm experts of the Dragon Gate. The other four were also at the Supreme Incipient God Realm. All of them looked old and dignified. From their auras, Ling Feiwu and the others felt as if they were trying to force the emperor to abdicate. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. When Ling Feiwu was about to speak, Ji Qianxiao and Wei Tu's gazes fell on Ling Xiao first. Ji Qianxiao was the first one to ask, "You must be the new Supreme God Alchemist, Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao met Ji Qianxiao's eyes and answered faintly, "That's right. I'm Ling Xiao. Greetings, elders." Ling Xiao was neither servile nor overbearing. His face was calm as if he wasn't frightened by their surging auras. "Ha, you're indeed a talented man. It's our Dragon Gate's good fortune to have you in our Dragon Gate." Wei Tu, who was standing next to Ji Qianxiao, laughed. While he was smiling, the other incipient God Realm experts also retrieved their auras. Their faces were kind and friendly. They had only come to see what kind of person the newly promoted Supreme Alchemy God was. If they were to be scared by them, then it would be an undeserved reputation. Now, it seemed that Ling Xiao was indeed a talented man with a bright future. When they thought about how their disciples and grand-disciples had fought against such a character, they felt that they had overestimated themselves. At the same time, they felt lucky that they hadn't completely fallen out with Kim people. Otherwise, it would have been their loss. From today onwards, whether it was for their own sake or for the sake of their disciples, they had no choice but to curry favor with the people of the Jin clan and this new alchemy god. Ji Qianxiao smiled. "My son, Tianfeng, has always regarded you as his idol. He has been working hard to cultivate. At that time, I heard about your existence, Ling Xiao. In just a blink of an eye, you're already on the same level as us old fogies. It's really amazing. I suggest that the sect master should reward Elder Ling Xiao well." Ling Xiao smiled. "Elders, you flatter me. Ling Xiao only has a little ability. In the future, I still need to rely on the elders to take care of me." "All right, there's no need to be so polite. We're all from the same sect, and from now on, we'll be as close as brothers. Let bygones be bygones. Those juniors are immature, please don't take it to heart, Elder Ling Xiao." Wei Tu smiled and then said, "I've already sent my disdainful disciple, Fang Bu, to the Western Paradise." Wei Tu's last words were more or less like slapping his own face. However, it was undeniable that he had given enough face and put down everything in the past. When the sect had settled the internal strife, Wei Tu had left Fang Bu on his mountain and forcefully protected Fang Bu's life. Now that Ling Xiao had returned in glory, his status was no longer the same as before. In order to make Ling Xiao eliminate all his hatred towards the Divine Body faction, Wei Tu had no choice but to personally make a statement. Regardless of whether or not Fang Bu had been killed by him, his words had already made it clear that Fang Bu would never appear in front of them again, and there would never be another person like Fang Bu who wanted to seize the position of sect master. Chapter 1466. The appearance of Ji Fangchao and Wei Tu made the atmosphere in the hall not as warm as before. However, Ling Feiwu was very excited and happy. Although he had taken over Ling Chen's position and became the master of Dragon Gate, he still couldn't let down his guard against the Divine Body faction. He always felt that they would provoke them again. He also wanted to visit the founding elders of the Divine Body faction and have a talk with them. Unfortunately, she hadn't even met him once, causing him to be helpless. Today, as Ling Xiao returned with his identity, the Dragon Gate would not have any internal strife in the next 10,000 years. If Ling Xiao continued to be strong and stayed in the Dragon Gate, no one would dare to provoke the prestige of the Kim people. He couldn't help but sigh. With Granduncle Ling Xiao's return and the stability of the sect, our Dragon Gate's prestige will be even greater. The people in the hall didn't stay for long. After deciding on the conferring ceremony for Ling Xiao, they all left. The moment Ling Xiao wanted to return to his mountain, Zheng Qin came to Ling Xiao and said with a smile, "Elder Alchemist God, from now on, you will be in charge of our Dragon Gate's Alchemist branch." Zheng Can now admired Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. It was all thanks to Ling Xiao that he could reach the supreme incipient god realm for so many years. If Ling Xiao hadn't joined the Alchemist Guild and become its guest elder, the Dragon Gate wouldn't have received so many supreme god pellets, and one of them was given to him. It was because he had worked hard for the Dragon Gate for many years. While he had provided so many divine pellets, he had also trained many excellent alchemists. He deserved a supreme god pellet, which helped him reach the supreme god realm. However, when he became a low-level supreme incipient god realm expert, he failed to refine a supreme god pellet, which was a big blow to him. He thought that with his many years of experience, he would naturally become an alchemy god, but unfortunately he was too naive. Now that Ling Xiao had surpassed him in one fell swoop and became the youngest supreme alchemy god, he couldn't help but admire him. Hee, Elder Zheng, you are too polite. You have always been the chief alchemist of the sect. Although I was lucky enough to take that step earlier than you, there are still many things that you need to handle well. I will just assist you from the side. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Before Zheng Can could say anything else, he said, Elder Zheng, I'll go back to see my family first. When I'm free, we can discuss alchemy again. Zheng Can was pleasantly surprised as he replied, Good, this old man will welcome alchemist Ling's arrival at any time. The fact that Ling Xiao did not become arrogant after becoming the supreme alchemy god made Zheng Can very happy. He was also glad that he had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemy god, being able to discuss alchemy with him was undoubtedly something worth being excited about. It was also something that he felt the most urgent. If he could also become the supreme alchemy god, although he would not be as glorious as Ling Xiao, his status would still be greatly improved. Many people wanted to talk with Ling Xiao alone, but they were all rejected by Ling Xiao. He called the most beautiful vermilion bird, who had been ignored, and rushed to his mountain peak. When he returned, many people had already gathered on his peak. Some were his relatives, some were the original elders and deacons of his peak, but most were people from other peaks. They all came to get close to the people at his peak and wanted to improve their relationship with Ling Xiao through their relationship. As soon as they saw Ling Xiao, they all bowed to greet him. Ling Xiao had to wave his hand to let these people disperse first. What was the point of making a ruckus here? He flew to the front of his palace and looked at his familiar relatives and lovers. They were all very happy. Meng Xiong couldn't help but grumble at Ling Xiao. She said that he always left for decades and didn't care about them at all. Ling Xiao didn't have any dignity as a supreme alchemy god in front of his mother, so he could only obediently listen to her scolding. Grandpa, how can you not look old at all? When we stand together with you, others will think that you are my older brother or younger brother. A clear and beautiful voice appeared. This was a woman dressed in a more elegant manner. Her delicate face was exquisite and perfect, and her skin was so tender that it seemed as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. Her beautiful hair was adorned with a butterfly ornament that exuded a lovely spirit. A purple dress wrapped around her graceful figure to the fullest. Ling Xiao looked at this strange yet familiar woman and couldn't help but smile. Little girl, are you little Yu? That's right, she was Ling Xiao's granddaughter, Ling Yu. Ling Yu wrinkled her jade-like nose in dissatisfaction. Grandpa, you are too heartless, you actually can't recognize me. At this time, an extraordinarily handsome young man said, Grandpa has a new love, so he forgot about you, his granddaughter. What's so strange about that? This young man had a hint of ridicule on his face and a devilish smile similar to Ling Xiao's. He was Ling Xiao's grandson, Ling Zhe. A girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Little you little girl, have grown up and become even more beautiful. Little Zhe is also not bad, he has half of your grandpa's demeanor from back then. Ling Xiao happily laughed. Then, he glanced at his women and pointed at the vermilion bird divine beast. It is anti-vermilion bird, but it has come to find Zizi for something, don't make wild guesses. Ling Xiao's tone was serious. Ling Xiao and the other women also knew that they were overthinking, and the trace of unnaturalness on their faces disappeared. Immediately after, Ling Xiao first arranged for the vermilion bird divine beast to a quiet place so that he could properly reminisce with his family. Ling Xiao went to his palace. Sitting on the seat of the Peak Lord, he looked at everyone in the hall. They were all his relatives and lovers, and there were no outsiders present. Among these people, Mad Monk, Evil Emperor, Ling Zhan, Feng Ling Tian, and a few others were not present. They were all cultivation madmen and had all gone out to cultivate. Sitting below him were his mother, Feng Xianyun, Yun Mingqi, Kai Shiyue, Yuro Fei, Ji Beixin, and a group of female generals. Seeing that their strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, Ling Xiao also felt a lot more at ease. Among these women, other than Yun Mingqi and Yuro Fei, Feng Xianyun was the one who had advanced the fastest. Her heavenly Gu body was almost on par with the divine body, and from the strength of a saint, she had directly reached the strength of a high-level holy emperor. She had advanced a level every few years, and she had not taken any pills to advance. At this rate, within 100 years, she would have the chance to aspire to the divine king realm. At that time, she would only be 200 years old. To be able to reach the divine king realm, she would definitely be a first-class genius in the heaven domain. Next was Dongfang Jing. She had actually surpassed many women who had always been at a higher level than her, and reached the strength of a middle-level holy emperor, displaying her pride as the proud daughter of the Dongfang family. As for the others, there were 2 or 3 people who had the strength of a low-level holy emperor, and most of them were in the high-level saint realm. If they wanted to take the step to the holy emperor realm, they would still need some time and comprehension. As for Ling Zhao's wife, Tenbin Baiyuem, she had also caught up and reached the peak of the saint realm. She was only 1 step away from the strength of a holy emperor. Ling Yu had also turned over a new leaf and improved a lot. She and her sister Linging had also reached the strength of a middle-level saint. On the contrary, among so many people, the potential that the twins, Ling Yu and Ling Zhe, had displayed made people look at them in a new light. They had both reached the strength of a low-level saint. They were only in their early 50s, and to be able to reach this stage, they were not inferior to Ling Xiao back then. However, after reaching the stage, it would become more and more difficult to advance. It would be extremely difficult for them to catch up to Ling Zhao's advancement. The reason why they were able to increase their strength by a large margin was because the environment of the heaven realm was simply too suitable for cultivation. It was countless times better than the profound spirit continent back then. Ling Xiao roughly told them the reason why he had disappeared for so many years, so that they wouldn't let their imaginations run wild. It was also difficult for them to understand that Ling Xiao had relied on his own hard work to achieve today's supreme glory. They wouldn't have too many complaints towards him, and would only blame themselves for dragging Ling Xiao down. They had already tried their best to catch up to Ling Zhao's footsteps, but they were pulled further and further away by him. It was truly a huge blow to them. However, they should be satisfied. To be able to reach such a realm at their age, they could be considered pretty good geniuses in the heaven realm. Although they couldn't compare to the true disciples of the Dragon Gate, they weren't too far off. After all, their starting point was much later than theirs. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao providing them with countless cultivation resources, they wouldn't have been able to catch up to the footsteps of the people of the heaven realm. Ling Xiao found out from their mouths that the clansmen he had brought to the heaven realm were all living very well. They had the care of the people of the Dragon Gate, and were temporarily living in the outskirts of the city, slowly growing stronger. Of course, there were also restless people who wanted to travel around, wanting to find the opportunities they wanted. As for those Ling family disciples who were brought by Ling Xiao to the Kim people's territory to pass the bloodline test, they received great nurturing and their advancement speed was also extremely fast. In short, they had already adapted to the living atmosphere of the heaven realm and understood the situation of the heaven realm. They could settle down here with peace of mind. After Ling Xiao dismissed them, he summoned his group of subordinates who had followed him since he was in the profound spirit continent. Han Kai, Yunfeng, Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth, Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and many other valiant generals. After they came to the heaven realm, they realized how weak they were. In the past few decades, they rarely went out, and all of them were working hard to break through in seclusion. Han Kai was the oldest. Although his physical fitness had been adjusted by Ling Zhao's pills and the God's Spring, his advancement speed was the slowest. Right now, he was only at the peak of the low-level Holy Emperor. If he wanted to reach the Divine King realm in the future, it would undoubtedly be the most difficult. However, he was very satisfied with his current life, because his lifespan had already increased infinitely and his alchemy skills had reached a whole new level. He could now refine Great Sage Dan and could continue to develop his alchemy skills. Chapter 1467. Han Kai was obsessed with the art of alchemy. In the Dragon Gate, there were many great saint masters and divine alchemists. He was rejuvenated and very satisfied with the current situation. Yi Yunfeng was the one who cultivated the most desperately among Ling Zhao's direct descendants. His cultivation level was mid-stage Mystic Emperor, and he directly reached the peak of the Saint Realm. He was not inferior to Ling Zhao's women. Originally, he could have reached the Holy Emperor realm earlier, but he followed Ling Zhao's instructions. He would never use elixirs to advance. He must rely on his own strength to advance step by step. He would only take elixirs when he reached the most critical juncture. In any case, there was no shortage of cultivation resources in the Heaven region. It was relatively easy to become a Holy Emperor. With an unlimited lifespan, it would not be difficult to continue breaking through and advancing. For example, they had the protection of the supreme alchemist god, Ling Xiao. In the future, they could at least reach the Divine King realm. As for the Supremacy realm, it would depend on their own potential and comprehension. Cruel Leopard once yearned for the Saint realm. After his rebirth, he was already a low-level saint when he followed Ling Xiao in the Central region. Now that he came to the Heaven region, he stimulated the potential of this body and reached the mid-stage Holy Emperor realm in one fell swoop. He was only a little weaker than Feng Xianyun and the same strength as Dongfang Jing. Although Mad Tooth found a good body in the Central region and was reborn, he still needed to recultivate his strength. Now, he was just a little stronger than before, only at the mid-stage Saint realm. Poison Scorpion cultivated poison techniques. His aptitude was slightly weaker than the others. He had only just reached the Saint realm. Lone Eagle cultivated two attributes at the same time, but he worked very hard and had already surpassed Poison Scorpion to become a mid-stage saint. Li Kuanghu and Leng Shi also had the same strength as Lone Eagle. The 8 great generals also became low-level saints. Ling Zhao's master, Mu Huai, and his great-grandfathers, Ling He and Ling Tsong, had all improved significantly. Every single one of them looked much younger than they used to be. Among these people, the one who advanced the fastest was not them but Yuan Zhantian. He had already reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm a few years ago. Even Feng Xianyun, who had the Heaven Gu body, was overshadowed by his brilliance. Yuan Zhantian was eccentric and rarely socialized with others. Because of this, some disciples of the Dragon Gate sect disliked him. At that time, he had just broken through to mid-level Saint Emperor, but a few inner sect disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect ridiculed him for looking like an ape man. Yuan Zhantian did not want to lower himself to their level, but these people had gone too far and provoked him. Yuan Zhantian did not want to lower himself to them, but these people went of. Among these disciples, there were 3 mid-level Saint Emperors and 1 high-level Saint Emperor. However, Yuan Zhantian still managed to defeat him. Among these disciples, there were 3 middle Holy Emperors and 1 high Holy Emperor, but he was still beaten down by Yuan Zhantian. Because of this, he caused quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, Ling Gang stepped in and suppressed the matter. However, Yuan Zhantian's battle attracted the attention of many Divine King elders. They could see that Yuan Zhantian was the successor of the sacred battle ape, and his battle tenbin was definitely the best in the world. Many of them cherished his talent and wanted to take him in as their disciple. Unfortunately, they were heartlessly rejected by Yuan Zhantian. They could not do anything about it. After all, Yuan Zhantian was someone from Ling Xiao Peak. Ling Xiao was a special elder in the sect. Moreover, he was appointed as a guest elder of the Medicine Guild. This made the people of the Dragon Gate wary of Ling Xiao. No one would want to provoke Ling Xiao, who had unlimited potential as a Senjin of Goguryeo and a godly apothecary. They should be glad that they did not force Yuan Zhantian at that time. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets today. Now, Yuan Zhantian was no longer in the Dragon Gate. He had left Celestial Dragon City alone. No one knew where he was going, and he had not mentioned it to anyone. Before he left, he gave a jade tube of life to Yi Yunfeng. He would give it to Yi Yunfeng when Yi Yunfeng returned. Yuan Zhantian's action was to let Ling Xiao know that he was still alive. One day, he would come back to challenge Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not surprised to hear that Yuan Zhantian had left Celestial Dragon City. Yuan Zhantian was a man who feared nothing. Although it was easy for him to stir up trouble, Yuan Zhantian was not the kind of person who would die young. With his battle prowess and potential, he would one day shock the entire Qingyun realm. Yuan Zhantian's departure reminded Ling Xiao of Xianxia. When Xianxia left, his strength was not that great. Ling Xiao did not know how he was doing now. Had he found the opportunity he needed? Compared to Yuan Zhantian, Ling Xiao was much more at ease with Xianxia. He knew that Xianxia had always kept a low profile and was good at playing tricks. There should not be any danger for him to deceive innocent girls. If Xianxia heard Ling Xiao's thoughts, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. He was going to search for opportunities and experience the local customs of the Heaven Domain. How did he become deceiving innocent girls? After Ling Xiao reviewed his team, he still felt that their advancement speed was still a lot slower. He planned to take good care of each of them when he returned. He would reforge their bodies and aptitudes so that they could become God Kings sooner. Only then would he be at ease to let them roam the Heaven Domain. He would let them explore the world by themselves so that they would have the ability to be independent. Senior Brother Han, how have you been since you came here? Ling Xiao respected Han Kai and took the initiative to ask. Han Kai gently stroked his old beard and smiled. Good, very good. When I was in the Central Territory, I thought that my alchemy skills were invincible. But after coming to the Heaven Domain, I realized that I was a frog at the bottom of a well. That's good. When I have time, I will take you to Old Zheng so that you can exchange pointers with him. I believe it will be very beneficial for you. Ling Xiao suggested. Han Kai was overjoyed. Great. I have admired divine alchemist Zheng Ken for a long time. If I can exchange pointers with him, it will be my honor. He knew that Zheng Ken was the chief divine alchemist of the Dragon Gate. His fame was known by everyone in the Dragon Gate. More than 20 years ago, Zheng Ken had become a supreme incipient god realm expert. His prestige was like the sun in the sky. Han Kai knew the alchemists here and had long admired Zheng Ken. He was an existence infinitely close to the supreme divine alchemist. He had long wanted to exchange pointers with such a person, but with his status, how could he be qualified to meet such a person? Now that he heard Ling Xiao help him solve this problem, of course he was very excited. However, Hua Xiaogui said, Old Han, are you mistaken? Didn't you hear that boss is now a supreme divine alchemist? He is much stronger than divine alchemist Zheng. You are giving up what is close to you and seeking what is far away. I really don't understand what you are thinking. As soon as Hua Xiaogui said this, Han Kai's expression froze. Then he heavily patted his forehead and shouted, Oh, it seems that this old man is really muddle-headed. Hua Xiaogui's advancement speed was slower. He had to take care of alchemy. Now, he had only advanced from the mid-level heavenly venerable to the high-level mysterious emperor. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the Saint Realm. It was the same for Tang Lugua and him, but it did not mean that they would not have great achievements in the future. After all, they had to take care of another noble identity. Boss is now a supreme divine alchemist. In the future, with his protection, it will not be a problem for us to eat and drink well. Yi Yunfeng laughed from the side. You can't say that. I don't have that much time right now, and there are many things I need to do. I'll introduce you to Elder Zheng, senior apprentice brother, and Little Turtle. He's been a divine alchemist for many years, and he already has the potential to become a divine alchemist. With his guidance, it'll be 100 benefits and no harm, said Ling Xiao. He still had to find other source stones to complete the great plan to repair the Xianling continent and save his ancestor. Boss, you can't just care about Old Han and Little Turtle. I also want to know a divine tool master. Can I? Tang Lugua said with some embarrassment. Of course, there is no problem. Later, I will introduce you to Divine Master Zhang to learn. Ling Xiao agreed. Then he said to the others, there should be suitable Divine King teachers on the peak. When the time comes, I will ask them to give you some pointers and prepare for you to break through to the Divine King realm. If you do not reach the Divine King realm, you will not be considered an expert. Everyone present was moved when they heard this. That step was the most difficult for them to cross. They all knew how many Holy Emperor in the Dragon Gate had been stuck at this level for countless years and could not break through. Fortunately, they had Ling Xiao. With the help of his Divine King Elixir, it was not that difficult to break through. They only needed to keep increasing their strength. The minimum requirement was to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor. At that time, they would take the elixir and breakthrough would be a matter of course. After Ling Xiao chatted with them for a long time, he let them disperse and met with Chang Haoyou. Right now, Chang Haoyou was already the head steward of Ling Xiao's mountain peak, and he was deeply trusted by Ling Xiao. Chang Haoyou was already at the middle level of the God King realm, and was not far from the peak of the God King realm. He had chosen to follow Ling Xiao a long time ago, and now, everyone finally knew how correct his choice was. And the moment he heard that Ling Xiao had become the sovereign medicine god, he was so happy that he could not sleep for a few days. In his heart, he was even more determined to follow Ling Xiao forever. Senior brother Chang, has anything happened in the sect recently? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Chang Haoyou. Chang Haoyou revealed a respectful expression and reported some of the things that happened in the past few years to Ling Xiao. Right now, Chang Haoyou was Ling Xiao's spy in the Dragon Gate. When Ling Xiao was not around, Chang Haoyou could help him record everything that happened. After listening, Ling Xiao understood that these things did not have much to do with him, so he felt a lot more at ease. However, when it came to the clansmen that Ling Xiao brought up, other than those who had been accepted into the clan, those who did not have obvious bloodline power were arranged to live outside the city. There were some minor disturbances, but they had already been dealt with. Now, no one would be stupid enough to provoke Ling Xiao's people. Ling Xiao originally wanted to stay on the mountain peak for a few more days to accompany his women, but Ling Fei's sudden arrival forced him to rush back to the clan. Because he heard something that made him very sad and angry. Chapter 1468. Ling Wei was dead. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he almost exploded. Perhaps Ling Wei didn't have many interactions with him in his life, but he and Ling Xiao had the same bloodline. He was willing to call him great-grandpa. The feeling that blood was thicker than water could never be erased. Ever since he recognized his ancestors and returned to the clan, he saw every clansman around him as his family. Ling Wei, Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the other elders all treated him very well, which made him respect them from the bottom of his heart. Ling Wei was a genuine incipient God realm expert. How could he die all of a sudden? Ling Xiao couldn't accept this fact. He shouted at Ling Fei, "Brother, why did it happen? How did my great-grandpa die?" Ling Fei said with a sorrowful face, "Old Wei was fighting with someone when he was searching for the Genesis Stone. He was killed." Then his eyes sparkled with murderous aura. "The Winged Man tribe killed him." "The Winged Man tribe." Ling Xiao shouted through his gritted teeth. Then he said coldly, "One day, I will wipe out the Winged Man tribe." However, no matter how angry Ling Xiao was, it was useless. He and Ling Fei returned to the clan. The clan was making the best plan to deal with the Winged Man tribe. They must make the Winged Man tribe pay with blood. Ling Xiao and Ling Fei hurried to the clan. At the same time, they brought the divine beast Vermilion Bird. Ling Xiao had arranged for the wastrel to live in the dragon-gazing mountain with the Gold Wolf King, the Mutant Liger, and the Dragon Horse. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't bring them was that they couldn't help him at that time. It was better to let them grow freely in the mountain. When Ling Xiao reached the clan, he didn't immediately meet the clan leader with Ling Fei. Instead, he brought the Vermilion Bird to look for the prodigal first. They had always been active near the Golden Dragon. Although that place was more suitable for metal-type spirit beasts, the prodigal always had beast cores to swallow. Furthermore, it had become friends with the 13th prince, so it didn't mind staying there. The mythological beast Vermilion Bird seemed to sense some kind of pressure as it followed Ling Xiao deeper in. It couldn't help but transform into its true form and let out a loud cry. Intense flames spread out in all directions, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to rise rapidly. Beastly roars rang out from the depths of the mountain range, and huge figures rushed out from the bottom of the mountain range. There were close to 100 golden water dragons, and every one of them showed signs of transforming into a dragon. Their draconic aura was evident, and their dragon scales shone brightly. Behind them, there were also many powerful metal-type holy beasts that surrounded Ling Xiao and the mythological beast Vermilion Bird. Among these holy beasts, there were 3 water dragons and 2 mutated metal-type holy beasts that had reached the 11th level. Dozens of them had already surpassed the 10th level. These were the guardian holy beasts of the Golden Dragon's territory. They were all attached to the Golden Dragon. In their eyes, the Golden Dragon was royalty and was worthy of their loyalty. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that bringing the mythological beast Vermilion Bird would cause such a huge commotion. Just as he was about to talk to these water dragons, an even more terrifying roar came from the depths of the mountain range. This was the true roar of a dragon. The Golden Dragon's Golden Dragon had come out from the dragon's nest. More than 10 golden dragons with their intimidating auras dashed towards the area in just a blink of an eye. Looking at these giant creatures that were thousands of meters long, their golden scales lit up the sky of the mountain range. It was a magnificent scene. The warriors in the Kim people's territory were frightened by the dragon roars. They became restless. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and more than 10 incipient God Realm experts dashed towards the Golden Dragon's territory. They were worried that something big had happened. Ling Xiao also roared and screamed in fear. "Guys, don't act rashly. It's just a friend I've brought here." He was scared out of his wits. If those holy beasts swarmed him, he could only run for his life. "Boss, why are you here? Why did you bring the fiery Vermilion Bird here? It dares to provoke our royal prestige. How dare it?" One of the golden dragons spoke human language. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into its human form. It was the 13th prince who used to follow Ling Xiao. "It's a misunderstanding. Listen to me first. Tell them to retreat," Ling Xiao said hurriedly. At this moment, the golden dragon of the azure dragons roared. All the flood dragons and the other holy beasts disappeared into the mountain range. "Vermilion Bird Queen, why did you come to our tribe?" the azure dragon asked in a low voice. Ling Xiao had never seen this azure dragon before. It must be the old dragon king of the Golden Dragon. The divine beast Vermilion Bird retrieved its aura and said to the azure dragon, "Your Majesty the old dragon king, I'm sorry to disturb you. I don't know how many years it has been since I last met you dragons. I'm just excited." Pausing for a while, it continued, "I'm here to see the prince of the Fire Qilin tribe. I heard that he's a guest in your tribe." As soon as it finished speaking, another roar sounded from below. "Empress Vermilion Bird, what business do you have with me?" A ball of fire brought with it a brilliant light and directly swept to Ling Xiao's side. Wasn't it the prodigal fire unicorn? It had a dragon head, dragon horns, a lion's body, a ponytail, and eagle claws. They formed the image of an extraordinary divine beast. Its aura was much stronger than before. Surprisingly, it had surpassed the peak of medium-level 10th God Realm and reached high-level 10th God Realm. The gathering of 3 different divine beasts made the Kim people's supreme and incipient God Realm experts jealous. "Boss, you're finally back. Next time you want to go out, you must take me with you. It's so boring here," the prodigal said to Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao affectionately touched the prodigal's forehead and smiled. "Okay, I'll take you with me next time." Then he pointed at the divine beast Vermilion Bird and said, "Auntie Vermilion Bird wants to see you. You should have a good chat with her. I won't disturb you. I'll find you later." Then he left the divine beasts and flew towards Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the others. Good boy, you're finally back. It's fine if you're back. Why did you make such a big noise? I thought someone dared to offend our Kim people. Ling Bo smiled at Ling Xiao. They had received the news that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemy god. They had been worried that Ling Xiao had been roped in by the Medicine Alliance and didn't want to return to their clan. A few years ago, they had sent people to the Medicine Alliance to find Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, they only heard that Ling Xiao had gone to the Sky Sparrow area. They didn't know whether this news was true or not. In short, as long as Ling Xiao didn't return, they would feel uneasy. Now, Ling Xiao had finally returned. These old fellows should be relieved. Chief, I'm sorry to have made you worry. Ling Xiao bowed to Ling Bo and the others. Then he said, My great-grandfather? Is he really dead? As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others' expressions slightly changed. Looking at their ugly faces, it was obvious that this matter was very difficult for them. In terms of seniority, Ling Wei was much older than Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others. Ling Wei had always had the image of a good person in the clan, and he was relatively popular. His sudden death had aroused the anger of everyone in the clan. We'll talk about this when we get back, Ling Bo said and led the way back to the clan's territory. At this time, Ling Qiu whispered to Ling Xiao, Little Xiao, did you tame the vermilion bird? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, No, it just wanted to discuss something with the divine beast Qilin. The divine beast Qilin happened to be my brother. I was just a middleman. Ling Qiu sighed and said, It's a pity. If it could be used by you, it would be a blessing for the Kim people. He paused for a while and said, If it's possible, try to build a good relationship with it. I've heard that there's a Genesis stone in the Nirvana space of the Tian-Ke territory. If it could enter the Nirvana space and get the Fire Genesis stone, it would be great. Another old man of the Kim people said, Yes, little Xiao, if you can find a Genesis stone, it will be a great merit for you. Recently, the Gold Tribe had been trying to find ways to collect all 9 kinds of Genesis stones. They wanted to find someone to set up the Genesis Great Formation to save their ancestor. To them, each kind of Genesis stone was precious. As long as they could get it, they had to use any means to get it. Ling Xiao said faintly, I've got the Fire Genesis stone. What? The Gold Clan's supreme martial artists stopped in their tracks and cried out in shock. They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of disbelief. They had spread the news around the Heaven territory that they were willing to pay any price to exchange for each kind of Genesis stone. They had also sent the Supremes of the incipient God realm to the dangerous areas in outer space to find them. After dozens of years, besides the metal Genesis stone that their tribe had, they had only gotten a water Genesis stone from the Black Turtle sect. It was obvious how hard it was to find these Genesis stones. And today, Ling Xiao had brought them a Fire Genesis stone. It was really surprising. Ling Xiao said, I met the vermilion bird by chance. It brought me to the Nirvana space. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through to the incipient God realm that fast. God is helping us, the Kim people. We already have the metal, water, and fire Genesis stones. I believe it won't be difficult to get the other 6. Ling Bo couldn't help but laugh. Yes, we also know that the Winged Men tribe also has the Light Genesis stone. After we kill those damn birdmen, we will get the Light Genesis stone. Ling Qiu grinned fiendishly. Now that Xiao has returned, with his fame as the supreme alchemy god, he can help the outer hall attract more powerhouses. If we can get a few supreme rogue cultivators to join us, then we won't have to fear those birdmen anymore. Another elder of the Gold Clan quietly replied. At this time, Ling Xiao said with surprise, Has our tribe got the Water Genesis stone? Yes, I got it from the Black Turtle sect. Is there a problem? Ling Bo replied. Chapter 1469. Ling Xiao felt that he had suffered a big loss this time. He had sacrificed his luck to become the Medicine Union's subordinate to get the Water Genesis stone, but now he couldn't use it anymore. Ling Xiao forced a smile and patted his forehead. It seems like I can only keep it for myself. Ling Bo arched his brows. What? You found the Water Genesis stone too? It's impossible, isn't it? Each kind of Genesis stone existed in those spaces with pure attributes. It wasn't something that ordinary people could get. Even the incipient God realm experts couldn't find them. If they were careless, they would die in those dangerous spaces. He believed that Ling Xiao had the divine beast vermilion birds help to get the fire Genesis stone. It wasn't strange. However, if Ling Xiao got the water Genesis stone, it would be unbelievable. Ling Xiao chuckled. Let's go back to the conference hall first. Ling Bo, Ling Xiao, and the others returned to the conference hall with doubts. As soon as Ling Xiao stood still, he took out the 3 Genesis stones and placed them in front of everybody. Swoosh swoosh. Flows of Genesis power flashed, filling the simple hall in just a blink of an eye. As soon as people sat down, they jumped up as if their butts were on fire. They looked at the 3 different colored Genesis stones in front of them in fright. Looking at the 3 different sized Genesis stones in front of them, their jaws dropped so much that they could fit a fist inside. The power of the Genesis stones was so strong that it had almost shattered this place. Ling Xiao had to collect them. I got the Fire Genesis Source Stone from the Nirvana space. I used another Fire Genesis Source Stone to exchange for the Earth Genesis Source Stone from the Fire Clan. I got the Water Genesis Source Stone from the Medicine Alliance. Since the clan already has the Water Genesis Source Stone, I'll keep it for myself. Ling Xiao explained and then gave the Fire and Earth Genesis Stones to Ling Bo in a spatial ring. This. Kid, you really surprised us. You alone found 3 Genesis stones of different attributes. It seems like the entire Gold Clan is not as fast as you. You really make us old men feel ashamed. Ling Bo pulled himself together and said with emotion, You are so good at finding 3 Genesis stones of different attributes. Ling Qiu was also very pleased. That's right. It was the right decision to bring you back to our clan. You've surpassed all our expectations. With you here, we old men don't have to worry anymore. The other elders also began to praise Ling Xiao. They looked at Ling Xiao with incomparably kind and gratified eyes. They knew that because of Ling Xiao's existence, the Jin clan would once again rise to power. Chief, elders, I want to know how my great-grandfather died. Ling Xiao gave the Genesis stone to Ling Bo and changed the topic. Ling Bo frowned. As he was about to speak, an elder of the Gold Tribe sighed and said, Elder Wei died because of me. If I didn't have the guts to suggest that Elder Wei go to the Winged Man race to trade for the Light Attribute Source Stone, he wouldn't have died. Damn the Winged Man clan. I will take revenge for Elder Wei sooner or later. Ling Xiao looked at the elder. He knew that his name was Ling Min. Now, he had reached the peak of low-level supreme expert. Shi Yan guessed that his great-grandfather, Ling Wei, was at least a mid-level supreme expert at incipient God realm. The 2 of them had gone to the Winged Man clan, but they had to return with losses. The Winged Man clan was worthy of being the strongest ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area. Their foundation was much more terrifying than the Kim people. If they hadn't disdained to join forces with other clans, they would have had their own territory in the Sky Dragon area. Ling Min told Ling Xiao what had happened, which made Ling Xiao even angrier. He was the reason why the Winged Man clan dared to attack the incipient God realm experts of the Kim people. Ling Min said that when they first arrived at the Winged Man clan's territory, although the Winged Man clan was arrogant and rude, they didn't want to kill them. They just didn't want to trade the Genesis stone with them. However, after a prince called Jet appeared, he hated the Kim people a lot. Thus, the Winged Man clan changed their attitude toward them. Then, the incipient God realm experts of the Winged Man clan besieged them. To protect Ling Min, Ling Wei was killed by the enemy's incipient God realm experts. Ling Xiao was enraged. Prince Jet was one of the ancient warriors who had besieged him when he returned to the Heaven territory from mysterious Spirit Continent. Eventually, he had escaped. He didn't expect that Prince Jet would become the reason why his great-grandfather was killed. Anyway, Ling Xiao had killed the 2 incipient God realm experts of the Winged Man clan, which had caused this disaster. In other words, Shi Yan had indirectly killed his great-grandfather. Ling Xiao blamed himself a lot. He swore in his head, I must flatten the Winged Man clan. Ling Xiao wanted to postpone the big grudge against the Soul clan. He wanted to wait until the descendants of the Soul clan grew up. Then, he would give them the chance to rebuild the reputation of the Soul clan. But now, it seemed that destroying the Winged Man clan was his top priority. Then, he would kill the Dark Shadow clan. After his competence had reached another level, he would kill all the incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan. The Soul clan would slaughter the rest of the people. Of course, besides these two clans, the Demon Tiger clan was his main enemy. Chief, elders, we have to take revenge for my great-grandfather. Ling Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. Ling Bo nodded. You're right. We're waiting for the others to come back. We will discuss how to destroy the Winged Man clan. They have many incipient God Realm experts. It's too bad that our forefather is trapped. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be so passive. Ling Hongyu was the strongest existence of the Kim people. He was at the peak of the Supreme Realm and he was a famous existence on the Supreme List. With him here, the Kim people were like the anchor that no one dared to provoke. However, they had lost Ling Hongyu. Although the Kim people still had many incipient God Realm experts, none of them had Ling Hongyu's competence. Their competence had decreased by 1 level. Currently, the Kim people had sent many incipient God Realm experts to outer space to find the Genesis Stone. They hadn't returned yet. With only a dozen of them, they didn't know whether they could survive or not if they wanted to deal with the Winged Man clan. Ling Xiao also knew that the battle between the two great ancient clans couldn't be decided rashly. Moreover, he had seen the intimidation of the Winged Man clan. Even if he could use his soul power to attack, he couldn't deal with them easily. Also, the hidden soul clones couldn't hide in front of them. The Kim people had the ability to increase their fighting competence. However, the speed of the Winged Man clan wasn't something the Kim people could compare with. Moreover, their recovery speed could be compared to the ancient emperor technique of the Kim people. It might even be faster. Thus, they had to have a long-term plan to deal with the Winged Man clan. Pausing for a while, he continued, Little Xiao, now that you've become the supreme alchemy god, all of us are happy for you. From now on, you are qualified to attend the meeting hall to discuss every important matter. You will be appointed as one of the Grand Elders. You will also have the right to assign the young men of our clan. Of course, we hope that you can use your abilities to contribute more to our clan. We don't want you to take risks. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the development of our clan. From now on, our clan doesn't need me, Ling Bo, but we can't lose you, Ling Xiao. Ling Bo's words were solemn. Moreover, he said it in front of more than a dozen Grand Elders. It meant that he had given Ling Xiao a new identity in the clan. Ling Xiao was immune to these new identities. As his realm and competence had reached this level, he could get whatever he wanted easily. He didn't have many surprises. However, what Ling Bo said was correct. If Ling Bo fell, there would be a new chief. However, if Ling Xiao fell, the Kim people would never have another supreme alchemy god. Ling Xiao was somewhat moved by Ling Boning's words. In his heart, he also decided to refine a batch of pills to increase the strength of the Jin clan. This way, they would have a higher chance of winning the war against the Winged clan. Chief, elders, if you have enough divine materials, just give them to me. I will refine some supreme god pellets for our clan. It won't be a problem for us to have more experts at incipient god realm. Ling Xiao promised them seriously. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He had to make more contributions to the clan. Only then he could be worthy of the people who called him Great Uncle Ling Xiao. When the others heard Ling Xiao's words, they all smiled happily. Among the people present, only a few of them had broken through to the Supreme Being realm because of the help of the Supreme God Pellet. Most of them had relied on their own hard work and luck to reach this step. Wanting to advance another level was extremely difficult. Anyway, if they wanted the Supreme God Pellets, they had to go to other areas to auction them. Moreover, they might not be able to get them. Today, the effect of Ling Xiao becoming the Supreme Alchemy God was revealed. As long as they had the divine materials, would they need to worry about not having the Supreme God Pellets? It's gratifying for Xiao to say such words. We'll announce to the public that we're purchasing all sorts of divine materials, and we must gather as many as we can for the sovereign god pellet. When our clan's strength increases, it'll be the time to defeat the winged clan. Ling Bo said in a clear voice. Ling Xiu also said, "We can't treat little Xiao badly. If you have any requests, just tell us. We will try our best to satisfy you." For the time being, I only have 2 requests. Elders, please help me set up a restriction array that can isolate the impact of the sovereign divine pellets phenomenon. Otherwise, every time I condense my pellet, there will be a terrifying divine might that even the Dragon's Gaze mountain range won't be able to withstand. Ling Xiao said. Pausing for a while, he continued, "Also, we don't need to hold the conferring ceremony. We don't need those titles. At the same time, ask Fei Wu to announce to the Heaven Territory that any half-incipient God Realm or Supreme Incipient God Realm expert who needs the Supreme God Pellets should join our Dragon Gate. They will become our offering elders. In the future, we will give them the Supreme God Pellets." Chapter 1470. Ling Zhao's reminder had won the admiration of all the people present. If they had considered Ling Xiao as a junior before, and they still needed to pay attention to him, now they had to consider him as someone on the same level as them. He was even more important than them. Ling Zhao's 2 requests weren't difficult for them at all, but the last request made them feel very excited. If they could recruit more incipient God Realm experts, even though they were under the name of Dragon Gate, they could still work for Kim people. This was a good thing, as they could strengthen their forces quickly. In the Heaven Territory, the forces that had the Alchemy God Realm experts also used this method to attract people's support. Otherwise, how could they expand so much? After all, many half-incipient God Realm experts were stuck and couldn't break through, and those Supremes needed a long time to break through one level. Therefore, using pellets was the best shortcut for them. This was also the reason why so many people wanted to use pellets to break through, even though they knew that using pellets to break through would affect their foundation. After all, the stronger they were, the harder it was to break through one level. If the foundation was shaken, they could make up for it in other ways. However, if they only had the foundation, it would be hard to break through without any opportunities. This was also the reason why the profession of alchemist was so popular among warriors. After Ling Xiao left the conference hall, he found Ling Fei and gave a supreme god pellet to Ling Fei to thank him for taking care of him these years. Moreover, in this clan he and Ling Fei had the best brotherly relationship, so it was normal to give this supreme god pellet to Ling Fei. Ling Fei excitedly took the supreme god pellet and said, "Brother, what do you want me to say?" When he and Ling Xiao went to the medicine guild to buy 5 supreme god pellets, Kim people took 3, and the outer disciples took 2. Although Ling Fei was one of the contributors who bought the supreme god pellets, he wasn't qualified to get one. After all, he had just reached the half-incipient god realm, so he should give it to the elders who needed it more. Therefore, Ling Zhao's supreme god pellet was like coal in the snow to Ling Fei, so he was very grateful. "Brother, don't say anything. We are brothers in this world. What I have, you will have too," Ling Xiao said seriously. Ling Fei laughed. "Good, we are brothers in this world. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely help." However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the supreme god pellet he gave to Ling Fei was given by Ling Fei to someone he didn't expect. And that person directly broke through from the peak god king to the incipient god realm, reappearing among the important members of the Kim people. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect, but it was still a good thing. Ling Xiao felt very heavy because of Ling Wei. When he returned to his residence, his heart was even more restless. Any supreme god realm expert had an endless lifespan. Ling Wei was one of the strongest elders of the Kim people, but he was killed because of Ling Xiao. No matter what, he had to take revenge. Ling Xiao stayed in the clan for 2 days. He wanted to wait for the wastrel and the vermilion bird to find him. Unexpectedly, they didn't come back. Thus, he returned to the Dragon Gate to enjoy some peaceful time with his fellows. Then he would fight again. Recently, he had been running around everywhere. He didn't have much time to spend with his wives. He felt guilty. Fortunately, they stayed together, and with his mother, Meng Xiyun, they wouldn't cause any trouble. Feng Xianyun had a generous heart, so she could live peacefully with the others. His backyard had always been very peaceful and there was no trouble. However, they were divided into several groups, each with their own plans and ideas. As he was back, he needed to communicate with them to avoid any estrangement. On his lone peak, there was a large courtyard specially built for his women to live in. There were many elegant rooms in the courtyard, and in front of the courtyard, there were many spiritual flowers and plants. Beauties occasionally passed by, and there was also the sound of a zither that sounded like a spring. It made the courtyard extremely harmonious and beautiful. Waves of laughter accompanied the sound of the zither, making people feel incomparably comfortable. As soon as Ling Xiao landed in front of the courtyard, his gloomy mood eased a lot. Looking at the beautiful women inside, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with pride. To be able to have them by his side, it was truly a blessing that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Ling Xiao's arrival made the women in the courtyard happier. Besides cultivating, they just stayed together and chatted to kill time. Such days always felt like they were missing something. Now, they knew that they were missing the man they loved the most. As long as he was there, their lives would be more fulfilling and happy. Ling Xiao lived a befuddled life for a month. He had Feng Xianyun who he could talk to at any time, Yun Mingqi who moved him the most, Kai Shiyue who loved him the most, Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi who were most obedient to him, and Yu Firu, Yu Lian, and Wu Mainyang who made him crazy. When he was lying down, there were people taking off his clothes. When he was lying down, there were people giving him massages, and when he was sitting, there were people serving him wine and delicacies. It was the luxurious life of any emperor. Each of them had peerless beauty and had the side he liked the most, which made him cherish them even more. At this time, under a spirit tree in the courtyard, Ling Xiao was lying on his side on a soft couch, with 2 or 3 beautiful women accompanying him. From time to time, they would bring him spirit fruits and wine. Next to him, there was a beautiful woman playing music, and in front of him, there was a graceful dance. This kind of life was simply the envy of others. The sound of the zither stopped, and a burst of crisp applause sounded. Xan Air's zither music has already reached the stage of perfection. It can hypnotize people's hearts and kill enemies without a trace. Ling Xiao praised with a smile. "Husband, you are too kind. I am still far from it." Ji Beixin was still soft and gentle, and there was a faint smile on her face as she replied. When she was in the Xianling continent, she could compete with Feng Xianyun in terms of cultivation speed because she had the power to break the seal. When she reached the peak of the mystic the arch, she did not have this kind of convenience, but when she had intercourse with Ling Xiao, she received the innate Yin wind power, which made her physique different from ordinary people. Her cultivation speed was not much slower, and she had already reached the peak of the low-level Holy Emperor. If she did not spend a lot of time studying zither music, her achievements would probably be much higher. After listening to your zither music for a month, my mood is much better. Now, I will give you an ancient zither. I hope that you can bring more joy to the other sisters. A zither appeared in Ling Xiao's hand and he placed it in front of Ji Beixin. This zither was obtained when Ling Xiao was fighting for the position of Senjin of Goguryeo at the God's Seal altar. He had killed one of the peak divine kings and obtained it. It was an existence of a half-ancient divine artifact. Zither tools were not common, and zither of this level were even rarer. Ji Beixin received it as if she had received a treasure. She caressed the zither and smiled like a blooming flower. "Thank you, husband." Yao Qingmen, who was at the side, said with a coquettish expression, "Husband is so biased." Yu Lian said, "Husband will not be biased. He must have already prepared the gifts we want. However, I don't know if you have one or not." Yu Lian and Wu Mainyang had always been at odds with Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin, as if they were natural enemies. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's return, they wouldn't have been able to stay together. Yao Qingmin glared at Yu Lian provocatively, then went to Ling Xiao's side and lightly shook Ling Xiao's arm, saying, "Husband, look, she's always bullying me. Are you going to help me?" Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Feng Xianyun, who was at the side, said softly, "You guys talk less. When has husband ever treated you unfairly?" Ling Xiao laughed. "Yuner is right. You are all my flesh and blood. Even if I mistreat myself, I won't mistreat you guys. Husband's mouth is still as sweet as ever. Come, eat a fruit as a reward. Luo Ming scolded from the side and stuffed a holy fruit into Ling Zhao's mouth. Following that, bursts of laughter and chatter could be heard. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his current life, but there was one thing that made him feel regretful. Yun Mingqi was still unable to integrate into this large group. She stood at the peak of the mountain, wearing a light muslin, allowing the light wind to blow, like a fairy of the Guanghan. Ling Xiao landed beside her and gently pulled her into his embrace. He said softly, "Mingqi, what are you thinking about?" Yun Mingqi nestled against Ling Zhao's chest and closed her eyes, as if she was enjoying this feeling. She said softly, "I miss Master and the others." Yun Mingqi was already at the peak of the middle-level Divine King. She had a water attribute divine body, so her speed of advancement was within expectations. The master she spoke of was naturally the master of the profound sky region's Lotus sect. Ling Xiao sighed, "These years have been hard on you." He paused for a moment, then said, "At least wait until you reach the high-level Divine King before you go back. Otherwise, your master and your senior sister will blame me." "Don't worry, I won't tell on you. I just feel that staying by your side with nothing to do is a bit boring." Yun Mingqi said. If Ling Xiao always left like this for dozens of years, she might as well return to the Lotus sect. She could live a bit more freely there. But here, she was unable to put down her pride and mingle with others. She was not happy at all. "If that's the case, then I'll send someone to escort you back to the Lotus sect for a while. Perhaps it will be beneficial to your cultivation there. Moreover, with my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to rush to the profound sky region to find you." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before making his decision. Although he loved Yun Mingqi very much, he respected her choice. She returned to the Lotus sect for two reasons. First, her cultivation speed would increase, and second, she wouldn't need to be so depressed. After all, he still didn't have time to accompany her. He still needed to find the Genesis Stone and exterminate the winged race. She couldn't help him, so he might as well let her go and let her return to the Lotus sect for a few days. He could bring her back at any time. Chapter 1471. In the martial world, one had no choice. Yun Mingqi was the love of Ling Zhao's life. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her, but things couldn't be perfect for both sides. For the forefather, Ling Xiao had to agree with Yun Mingqi's decision. After all, people who had reached their realm had an endless lifespan. They would have a lot of time to be together in the future. They couldn't let a momentary entanglement affect the big picture. "Do you want me to leave you immediately? So that you can continue to have fun here?" When Yun Mingqi heard that Ling Xiao had agreed, she was a little unhappy. Although she had never acted like other women who relied on Ling Xiao, her love for Ling Xiao had never decreased. Even if she had to die for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't even frown. Ling Xiao gently pinched her nose and said, "What are you thinking about? You know that I need to gather enough Genesis stones and return to Xianling continent to save the forefather. If I don't, I won't make it in time. I will be a sinner in the clan. So, our temporary separation is for a better reunion in the future." He paused for a while and said, "I didn't know where you were before, so I had to find you even if I had to travel thousands of mountains and rivers to be with you. Now that I know where you are, it's easy for me to find you with my strength." Yun Mingqi understood Ling Zhao's difficulties. She was touched by what Ling Xiao had done for her. She hugged Ling Xiao and kissed his thick lips. Yun Mingqi didn't immediately return to the Xian Sky region. She wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to go on another long journey or to cultivate in seclusion before she left. Because this time, she was actually going to a forbidden place in the Xian Sky region. The extreme cold Deadland was located in the northernmost part of the Xian Sky region. It was the coldest place in the extreme cold Deadland. Millions of miles were frozen, and not even a single blade of grass could grow. It was rumored that the desolate antiquity sacred beasts with ice and water attributes roamed here. The absolute cold death grounds was one of the 8 forbidden grounds of the human race. No one dared to approach that place rashly. The reason why Yun Mingqi wanted to go there was because she wanted to find her own fortune. She wanted to catch up to Ling Xiao's advancement speed so that she could help Ling Xiao as soon as possible. She didn't want to be a burden to Ling Xiao. She didn't want to stay in one place all day. She couldn't accompany him to conquer the world. If Ling Xiao knew that Yun Mingqi had such a plan, he wouldn't have let her go no matter what. That damned place was even more terrifying than the chaotic burial space. It was only one rank lower than the Nirvana space, and it was ranked 4th among the 8 great forbidden lands. Ling Xiao had entered the forbidden area twice, so he knew very well how terrifying it was in that kind of danger zone. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause his soul to scatter and scatter. After accompanying the girls for more than a month, Ling Xiao finally received news from Ling Feiwu. The clan and sect had already prepared more than 20 sets of Supreme God pellets, and they needed him to refine them. Other big forces also sent congratulatory gifts to Ling Xiao. They wanted to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao went out to meet the leaders of the super forces. It was necessary to have a good relationship with them. However, he also wanted to set his own rules. If they wanted him to refine the Supreme God pellets, they had to follow his rules. Otherwise, they would have to find someone else. Those who came to send gifts included the Sword Washing Manor, the Divine Axe Gang, the Sun and Moon Sect, the Blazing Flame Merchants, and other super forces. Moreover, each of them was led by a Supreme God Realm expert. Otherwise, even if the Sinjin of Goguryeo came, Ling Xiao didn't need to give them face. After all, the gap between the Sinjin of Goguryeo and the Supreme God Realm wasn't small. Of course, these super forces wanted Ling Xiao's friendship. They hoped that Ling Xiao could refine the Supreme God pellets for them. Or, if the Supreme God pellets were to be auctioned in the future, he could trade with them first. Moreover, all of the treasures that they sent over were rare and precious, and all of them were exalted grade divine treasures. Otherwise, how could they have the nerve to hand them over? When Ling Xiao met them one by one, they were all polite. Their words were full of flattery. No one dared to put on airs in front of him. After all, he was the only Supreme God Realm expert in the Sky Dragon region. It was impossible to estimate how many incipient God Realm experts a Supreme Alchemist could create. Until now, the Dragon Gate had been recognized as the #1 force in the Sky Dragon region. Today, with the addition of the Supreme God Realm expert, the Dragon Gate's power was like the sun. The other forces in the Sky Dragon region didn't dare to complain anymore. After sending away groups of people who came to send congratulatory gifts, Ling Xiao met the emissary of the Raging Flame Merchant Union alone. The envoy of the Blazing Flame Merchants wasn't a stranger. It was Lai Ruyu, who had always been interested in Shi Yan. Her aunt, Lai Hongying, also came with her. As for Zhou Zhijing, she didn't come. Of course, besides the two of them, there was also a middle-aged man. He looked somewhat similar to Lai Wudi, but his dignified appearance was even more overbearing than Lai Wudi. He was Lai Wudi's father and Lai Ruyu's grandfather, Lai Fen. He was a middle-level Supreme God Realm expert. Besides these 3 people, there was another person that Ling Xiao didn't expect. It was Yen Yu Sinjin of Goguryeo, who used to be Ling Xiao's brother in the Investiture God altar. When they were in the Investiture God altar, Yen Yu had fallen in love with Lai Hongying at first sight. However, Lai Hongying wasn't interested in him. However, when they were competing for the ranking of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, Lai Hongying had been defeated by Yen Yu. Thus, her feelings for Yen Yu were planted in her heart. How they got together later on was the story between Yen Yu and Lai Hongying. Lai Ruyu had become thinner. Her originally bright and beautiful face had become melancholy. Her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable resentment. Fortunately, she had not lost any weight in the areas that should have been prominent. Otherwise, it would have been a pity. The lively and cheerful beautiful fairy now looked like an infatuated girl. She gave people a touching feeling. The way she looked at Ling Xiao was so complicated. She used to want to catch him, but he always avoided talking about it. When he really wanted to accept them, he didn't seem to care at all. He disappeared for so many years and didn't even look at her. It would be a lie if she didn't have resentment in her heart. Ling Xiao wasn't a rookie in Jianghu. He could understand Lai Ruyu's feelings. Right now, he could not look at her. He could only wait until he had time to have a good chat with her. My lord, please take a seat. Ryu, Ingu, big brother Yen, long time no see. I didn't expect you all to come together. Then, you should stay here for a few more days. Ling Xiao first cupped his hands towards Lai Fun and then greeted the other three acquaintances. After not seeing them for so many years, Ling Xiao was also very happy in his heart. It's said that the newly promoted Supreme Alchemy God is the youngest top character in history. Seeing him today, he really lives up to his reputation. Lai Fun's voice was loud and clear. He looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of praise in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a good character and extraordinary bearing. On the way here, he had already heard the evaluation of Ling Xiao by the three people beside him. He was worthy of the title, Peerless Evildoer. Ling Xiao modestly said, "My lord is flattering me. I am just a bit luckier than others." Ling Xiao, my father rarely praises people. Don't brush away his good intentions. Lai Hongying said carelessly. Yen Yu said in a low voice, Hongying, don't be rude. You have to call Ling Xiao Lord Alchemy God. Yen Yu's temperament was originally straightforward, but facing Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of excessive etiquette. Instead, he seemed to be much more restrained. He knew many people. The higher one's position was, the more they cared about face. Ingu is right. I will accept Lord's praise. Ling Xiao laughed lightly and then said to Yen Yu, Big brother Yen, you and I are brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider? Have you forgotten about this little brother of yours after not seeing each other for so many years? Ling, how could Lord Alchemy God forget? Yen Yu replied with some excitement. To let a supreme alchemy god call himself his little brother, he would probably be grinning from ear to ear for 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao walked over and patted Yen Yu's shoulder. If you call me Lord again, from now on, you and I are no longer brothers. Ling Xiao spoke seriously, which made Yen Yu quite moved. He almost had the urge to immediately worship him and pledge his life to follow him by his side. Good brother, it was the fortune of 3 lifetimes for me to know you back then. Yen Yu was no longer arrogant. He lightly pounded Ling Xiao's chest and laughed. Lai Fen, who was standing to the side, narrowed his eyes and praised in his heart, this brat is really good at winning people's hearts. I'm afraid his future achievements will be even greater. I already said that Ling Xiao would recognize you as his brother. You are just a coward. I really regret marrying you back then. Lai Hongying glared at Yen Yu with some dissatisfaction. When Ling Xiao saw Yen Yu and Lai Hongying as well as Lai Fun and Lai Ruyu, he guessed that Yen Yu had already been recognized by Lai Hongying and obtained the consent of the Blazing Flame merchants. When he heard Lai Hongying say it in front of him, he was still happy for Yen Yu and Lai Hongying. So the two of you have already succeeded. Congratulations. No matter what, I have to make up for your gifts. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Of course, you are the supreme alchemy god, don't be too shabby. Lai Hongying was very straightforward and never beat around the bush. Ling Xiao didn't mind at all and smiled. Of course, I'll refine 2 supreme divine pills for you 2 later. Good things come in pairs, that should be fine, right? Everyone present was instantly stunned. Lai Hongying originally only wanted to tease Ling Xiao, but she never expected that Ling Xiao would really take it seriously. Moreover, he even made such a promise. It truly overwhelmed them. Alchemy god Ling, don't scare them, this gift is too precious for them to bear, Lai Fen said. Then he took out a space ring and handed it to Ling Xiao. This is a small gift from us Blazing Flame merchants. Please accept it, Alchemy god Ling. I hope that when you have a request in the future, Alchemy god Ling will consider our merchant union first. We will be very grateful. Lai Fen had a high status in the Blazing Flame merchants, but in front of Ling Xiao, he really couldn't put on airs. After all, they had come with a request. Ling Xiao didn't accept Lai Fen's space ring and instead said faintly, Sir, I can't accept your gift. In fact, I am also a guest elder of the merchant union. If it weren't for the merchant union, it would have been difficult for me to return to the clan. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ryu. She and I have known each other for a long time. Chapter 1472. At the end of the day, Ling Xiao was able to return to the Kim people because of the Blazing Flame merchants, and when he was with the Blazing Flame merchants, they had never mistreated him. Ling Xiao had always remembered this kindness. As the saying went, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Ling Xiao was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, so he naturally wouldn't put on airs in front of the Blazing Flame merchants. When Lai Ruyu heard Ling Xiao say this, her heart couldn't help but feel warm. However, her melancholy expression remained, and she said with some grievance, "Who's acquainted with you?" Now that she was already at the peak of the low-level Godly King realm, she was only a step away from the mid-level Godly King realm. The body of the fire god indeed lived up to its name. Although she had spent most of her time on cultivation, she had always been thinking about Ling Xiao, missing this simple-minded person. She was the dignified young lady of the Blazing Flame merchants, with unparalleled beauty, and had the richest backing of the world. There were countless geniuses who came to propose marriage to her. However, this person in front of her always turned a blind eye to her, and never took it to heart. This made her extremely sad and uncomfortable. In her heart, Ling Xiao was an unforgivable, heartless man. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "Ruyu, I know you're angry with me, but a lot of things have happened these years, and I've only recently returned to the outside world. I haven't found the time to visit you yet." Ling Xiao saw that Lai Ruyu had become thinner, and she was also depressed. The original lively, cheerful, and mischievous look was gone, and he felt a little guilty. He couldn't help but blurt out an explanation. When Lai Ruyu heard Ling Xiao's explanation, she immediately felt a lot happier. The resentment on her face finally eased up a lot. She said, "You really didn't purposely not visit me?" Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "Otherwise, do you think I got my glory for nothing? I went through a lot of hardships and faced a lot of life and death situations just to get this little bit of luck. Do you think it was easy for me?" Indeed, everything Ling Xiao had now was obtained by risking his life and risking his life. He was not exaggerating. Lai Ruyu's heart softened. Her heart ached and she regretted it. After listening to Ling Xiao's complaints, she knew that she had wronged him. After all, she also knew that among the billions of people in the heaven domain, there were only a few who wanted to reach the incipient god realm, and those who wanted to become the alchemist god were even rarer. If he hadn't experienced extraordinary dangers, how could Ling Xiao have reached this realm at such a young age? Just when Lai Ruyu wanted to say something, Lai Fen took the lead and said with a smile, "I've heard from Ruyu that you are a guest elder of our merchant union, but a guest elder is still a guest elder. With your status, you don't need to care about this status." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, I can see that you, alchemist god Ling, are a person of character, so our merchant union will climb up the social ladder. However, you still have to accept this gift. This is a gift to congratulate you for becoming the alchemist god, and for becoming the vice hall master of the alchemist union. If you don't accept it, then you will be looking down on our merchant union." Since Lai Fen had said this much, Ling Xiao would be embarrassed if he didn't accept it. "Then I will respectfully accept. If the merchant union needs anything in the future, I will not delay it." Ling Xiao accepted the spatial ring and replied. As long as he had the materials, he was not afraid of refining pills. However, he could only find time to refine pills for a few days. It was impossible for him to always stay in the alchemy room and refine pills to pass the time. As far as he knew, all the alchemists who had reached the saint level and above only spent a third of their time refining pills every year. A third of their time was used for cultivation, and the other third was used for relaxation. After all, they had become high-level alchemists. Their goal was to enjoy the glory that came with this identity, not to endlessly bury their heads in refining pills. What was the point of living like that? Lai Fen smiled in satisfaction. "That's good, but my merchant union is currently lacking a few sovereign god pills. I wonder if alchemist god Ling is willing?" If Ling Xiao had nothing to do with the Blazing Flame merchants, he would definitely be embarrassed to say it now. After all, when one reached a high position like Ling Xiao, accepting a gift was giving him face. Not accepting a gift meant that he had to do things for him. "Grandpa, you're so thick-skinned." Lai Ruyu said with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "No problem, as long as you have enough materials, leave it to me, but I can't refine it so quickly. It's not easy to refine a single sovereign god pill, not to mention that I just returned to the sect. I have to first contribute to the sect before I can refine it for you." Lai Fan ignored Lai Ruyu's words and laughed dryly. "It's fine, we have plenty of time, as long as you agree. This old man will thank alchemist god Ling on behalf of the Blazing Flame merchants." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "You should just call me by my name Ling Xiao. Ryu and I are good friends, and big brother Yen and Ingu are my big brothers and sisters-in-law, so I don't deserve you to call me that." "What are you talking about? I call him uncle, she calls her aunt, and you call them big brothers and sisters-in-law. You're obviously bullying me. I won't do it," Lai Ruyu said with concern. Although Lai Hongying's personality was carefree, she could see through Lai Ruyu's thoughts with a glance, and said with a smile, "Io, can't we do our own things? Little girl, aren't you afraid of messing up the seniority and affecting your relationship as a couple?" Lai Ruyu's face immediately became tender red. She stomped her feet and said, "Ingu, I'm ignoring you." Ling Xiao saw that the current Lai Ruyu was her true nature, and his mood also became a lot better. Immediately after, he immediately had someone set up a banquet to entertain them. Ling Xiao did this to let the rest of the Dragon Gate know that he viewed the people of the Blazing Flame merchants differently. In the future, if the people of the Blazing Flame merchants had any requests, he would do his best to help them. Lai Fan was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's conduct, and could also see his granddaughter's love for Ling Xiao. If it was in the past, he would definitely stop Lai Ruyu from interacting with a man who already had many wives and concubines. She was the young miss of the Blazing Flame merchants, a dignified superpower. How could she be someone else's concubine? It was just that the present was different from the past. Ling Xiao's identity was too noble. If he could Lai Ruyu, the benefits to the Blazing Flame merchants would be too great. How could Lai Fan not be tempted? It's better to let the young handle the matters of the young. Lai Fan sighed in his heart. After the banquet, Ling Xiao arranged for them to stay in Dragon Gate for a few days. Of course, Lai Ruyu couldn't have asked for more. The others didn't have any interest in it either. After settling them down, Lai Ruyu could not wait to drag Ling Xiao out, wanting to talk to Ling Xiao alone. Ling Xiao felt very guilty towards her and felt that it was better to be honest with her again. Anyway, it didn't matter if she was a woman or not, but it was better to have more than less. How could he watch such a beautiful woman, who liked him so much, throw herself into another man's arms and enjoy the pleasure of another man's crotch? Humans are selfish, and men are even more selfish towards women. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to treat her the same way he treated Yan Dijiao and Xinyu Xiangma. He didn't have to take her into his backyard. Sometimes, when they were separated, they might be happier when they reunited. "Tell me, do you want me or not?" Lai Ruyu's words were direct and domineering. Ling Xiao was so scared that he almost bit his tongue. He smiled faintly and said, "It's not a question of whether I want you or not, but whether you want to stay by my side." After a pause, he continued, "I have a lot of women, and they've all been brought here from the Xianling continent. This proves that I'm very universal in love." As he said this, he was mercilessly interrupted by Lai Ruyu. "It's not universal, it's fickle and heartless." Ling Xiao cried out in his heart, "I don't think I've ever provoked a woman." If others heard this, they would drown him with their saliva. This guy's words were always so shameless. "Let me finish first," Ling Xiao said, then continued, "Whether it's a universal love or a fickle heart, I don't mind adding you to the list. The key is that you don't feel wronged. With your status as the Merchant Union's young lady, you can have any handsome young man you want." Lai Ruyu threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and kept hitting Ling Xiao, saying, "I'll beat you to death, you heartless man. If only you didn't appear in my life. I know you're so fickle, so heartless, but I can't forget you. I hate you." Lai Ruyu suddenly vented all her grievances, and her tears almost drowned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gently stroked her hair and said, "You won't have a good life with me. You have to think carefully. If you can return my heart to me, I definitely won't choose to be with you." Lai Ruyu hugged Ling Xiao tightly and cried. What else could Ling Xiao say? How could he return his heart? He cupped Lai Ruyu's face and gently licked away the tears on her face. Lai Ruyu's heart was almost melted by Ling Xiao's actions. The grievances and resentment that had accumulated for a long time were all swept away, and were replaced with sweetness and happiness. Is this okay? Ling Xiao stopped and said softly as he looked at her face that was flushed red. Lai Ruyu blinked her phoenix eyes and said, "Not enough." Then, she hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck and fiercely kissed Ling Xiao's mouth. Lai Ruyu screamed and immediately separated from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao speechlessly touched his mouth and smiled. "Is this a kiss or a kiss? Why did you use so much force to slam into me?" Lai Ruyu was indeed a woman who had not experienced the ways of the world. She didn't even know how to kiss. She was really as pure as a piece of white paper. Lai Ruyu said shyly, "I'm the one in pain. Your skin is so thick, what are you afraid of?" "Alright, it's my fault. Why don't I teach you?" Ling Xiao laughed helplessly and then kissed Lai Ruyu's mouth. "Dream on. I'm ignoring you." Lai Ruyu said angrily and pushed Ling Xiao away. She actually slipped away just like that. Ling Xiao looked at her leaving figure and smiled bitterly. He knew that the pressure on him had increased. These debts of love were not easy to repay. "Looks like I have to be like Master. I can't do anything about being handsome. What should I do?" Chapter 1473. No matter what, Lai Ruyu, Lai Hongying, and Yanyu were his guests, so Ling Xiao had to accompany them for a few days. As for Lai Fin, he had old acquaintances in Dragon Gate, so he directly went to talk to the incipient God Realm experts of his generation. Lai Ruyu really wanted to be alone with Ling Xiao, but Lai Hongying and Yanyu didn't know what to do. They didn't leave even for a moment, which made her very annoyed. Ling Xiao noticed her strange mood, but he didn't point it out. Anyway, he didn't have the mood to talk to her further. Some things shouldn't develop too fast. It wasn't bad to slowly experience the feeling of getting the Supreme God Pellet. Several days later, Lai Fin proposed to return to the Blazing Flame merchants to prepare the Supreme God Pellet materials for Ling Xiao so that he could help refine the pellets. Lai Ruyu didn't want to leave Ling Xiao so soon, so she continued to stay. Lai Hongying and Yanyu went back with Lai Fin first. When the time came, he would ask them to send the Supreme God Pellet materials. Lai Ruyu thought that she would have a chance to be alone with Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao left her in his mountain and asked his women to take care of her. Then he hurried back to his clan. Lai Ruyu was really annoyed. However, she also knew how to change her strategy. She planned to get to know Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xiyun, first. As long as she could please his mother, would she be afraid of not being able to enter the Ling family? Meng Xiyun didn't reject any of Ling Xiao's women, especially when she saw Lai Ruyu's fairy-like beauty. Perhaps only Yun Mingqi could compare to her. She was naturally very happy. Ling Xiao returned to the clan's land to refine the Supreme God Pellet. The other reason was that the prodigal and the vermilion bird had reached some kind of agreement. He needed to understand the situation from the prodigal and see if he could help. Ling Xiao directly flew to where the prodigal and the vermilion bird were. "Boss, you're here." The prodigal pounced towards Ling Xiao and asked. In the mountain range, all spirit beasts preferred to maintain their original forms because they felt more at ease. Ling Xiao responded softly, "Yes, how did your discussion go?" Before the prodigal could speak, the vermilion bird said with dissatisfaction, "Ling Xiao, why didn't you tell me that the Qilin prince was so weak and that the Fire Qilin clan wasn't here?" Ling Xiao spread his hands and smiled. "Of course, but you only said that you wanted to see it. You didn't ask me, so how would I know that you had so many requests?" The prodigal said, "Don't blame boss, Empress Vermilion Bird. It's not easy for you to destroy the Golden Crow clan. When the other Qilins of our clan move here, we'll definitely be able to fulfill your wish. Our Qilin clan is much more prosperous than your Vermilion Bird clan." The prodigal was very confident in front of the Vermilion Bird, and he didn't look down on the Vermilion Bird at all. The Vermilion Bird said, "You'd better remember what you promised me. I'll definitely help your Fire Qilin clan return to its peak. When that time comes, You must help me destroy the Golden Crow clan. The prodigal replied, Of course, our Qilin clan doesn't have a good impression of the Golden Crow clan either. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask, Is there anything I can help you with? Boss, it's better if you don't get involved in the matters of our Divine Beast clan. The prodigal obviously didn't want Ling Xiao to get involved in this mess. However, the Vermilion Bird said, He's very powerful and can help us. Moreover, humans are especially cunning and know how to use all kinds of tricks. It might be better if he leads us to destroy the Golden Crow clan. No, I've already promised you on behalf of my Fire Qilin clan, so I won't let boss help. The prodigal firmly disagreed. At this moment, Ling Xiao said, Zizai, if you think of me as your big brother, then listen to me. Big brother is no longer the same as he was in the past. No matter how strong his opponents are, he can defeat them. If you're going to fight the Golden Crow clan, then call me along. Otherwise, I won't take you as my brother. The prodigal didn't want to refute Ling Xiao's words, but he still reminded Ling Xiao, the Golden Crow clan's reproductive ability is the most powerful among all the divine beasts. They have a large number and their combat power is also very terrifying. Boss, I don't want you to accompany us in danger. Ling Xiao patted its scaled body and said, What are you afraid of? Boss and you guys will raid their nest and rob their treasures. The Golden Crow clan is most famous for their Divine Sun Stone. To you humans, it's definitely a top-notch treasure. It's not inferior to the energy contained in the origin source. The Vermilion Bird said from the side. Divine Sun Stone. Ling Xiao pulled himself together and screamed in astonishment. It was a top-notch divine stone of pure yang, which could be compared to the origin stone. The fire class energy it contained was absolutely the purest. To the fire warriors, it was absolutely the best divine cultivating material. Moreover, it could help people condense the sun god flame. However, it was as hard as climbing the sky to get it because it existed on the sun warriors who hadn't reached the incipient god realm didn't even have the ability to get close to the sun. Even if they could get there, not many of them could endure the terrifyingly high temperature there. It was the territory of the Golden Crow clan in Legends. It was also the place where the Divine Sunstone was located. Since the Golden Crow divine beasts lived on the sun for a long time, they had the sun god flame from the origin, which was a top-notch flame that ordinary people couldn't endure. If Ling Xiao was still at the King God realm, he would just be amazed when he heard about the Divine Sunstone. However, he was now at the incipient God realm. Of course, he wanted this supreme material a lot. Moreover, he cultivated the fire class. If he could get the Divine Sunstone, his realm would increase one more time. After all, at his level, it was extremely difficult to increase his strength. Unless he had some sort of heaven-defying item that he could use, it would probably take at least 1,000 years for him to advance another level. Besides, Ling Xiao knew that the Divine Sunstone could be used to refine top-notch ancient god weapons. In history, there were only a few Divine Sunstones. Those were the divine items that the supreme experts had gotten. Nobody could touch them. Ling Xiao was more determined now. He wanted to go to the sun with the Vermilion Bird and the Golden Crow clan to destroy the Golden Crow clan. Even if the Golden Crow clan didn't have a grudge against him, he wouldn't hesitate to help the Golden Crow clan. Originally, the dragons and the Golden Crow clan were archenemies. However, the Golden Dragon couldn't get close to the sun. After all, fire could subdue metal. Even though they were divine beasts, they couldn't withstand the extreme heat and the power of the divine sunfire. If the Fire Dragon clan or the Water Dragon clan were here, they would definitely join the Golden Crow clan and the Vermilion Bird clan to deal with the Golden Crow clan. After all, this was a grudge that had accumulated since the antiquity. It wasn't something that could be resolved easily. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao thought that he could ask the Dragon Lady to help them. When they returned to the Xianling continent in the future, the Dragon Lady could bring the Golden Crow clan and the Vermilion Bird to the Dragon King for a talk. After all, water could subdue fire. The Water Dragon clan's power of water could completely subdue the divine sunfire of the Golden Crow clan. However, The Dragon Lady had been arranged by the Dragon King of the Golden Dragon clan to go into seclusion in a dragon pool suitable for her cultivation. She couldn't come out for a while. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only mention it to them. This matter would be delayed for now. After all, they couldn't deal with the Golden Crow clan easily. Ling Xiao wanted to take this opportunity to ask the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast to stay and protect him. After he found the Genesis Stones, he would bring them back to the Xianling continent and contact the two Divine Beast clans. However, the Vermilion Bird didn't listen to Ling Xiao's arrangement. It wanted to return to the Heaven Sparrow territory. It still needed to gather the holy beasts of the Vermilion Bird clan to help the little Vermilion Bird improve its strength. In the future, when all the Fire Qilins of the Fire Qilin clan came to the Heaven region, they could go and find it. It would definitely help the Fire Qilin clan to become stronger. After all, the Nirvana space where the Fire Qilin clan resided was the most suitable for the Fire Qilin clan to cultivate and advance. Originally, the Vermilion Bird wanted to bring the prodigal along with it. However, the prodigal didn't want to leave Ling Xiao's side. So, it had to give up and go back alone. Ling Xiao was very confident in the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast. He didn't need to worry about the safety of returning to the Heaven Sparrow territory from the Heaven Dragon territory. There weren't many people who could hurt it. When the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast left, the Dragon King of the Golden Dragon clan came out to send it off. It showed that the relationship between the two Divine Beast clans was not bad. Ling Xiao watched the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast leave. Then, he went to the alchemy place that his clan had arranged for him. This was a lone peak, and it was already a very spacious cave abode that had been opened up. On top of the lone peak, there was already an inescapable net of restrictions that could block the divine might of the Supreme Dan when it was formed. Before he entered the secluded cultivation, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu appeared in front of him. They gave him many divine materials to ensure that Ling Xiao had enough materials to refine pellets. It could be seen that they were very concerned and looking forward to Ling Xiao's alchemy. Once Ling Xiao could refine more Supreme God pellets, it meant that the competence of the Kim people would increase to another level. They would be more confident in dealing with the Winged Man tribe. Right when Ling Xiao was about to enter the alchemy place, he suddenly thought of something. He asked the other two, "Chief, Great Elder, do you know the whereabouts of the other Genesis stones? I'm afraid it's not a good solution if we keep searching aimlessly." Their forefather could stay in Xianling continent for another 2,000 or 3,000 years. It sounded like a long time, but it wasn't a long time for the incipient God realm experts like them. After all, it was normal for them to go to outer space to find the Genesis stones for dozens of years, hundreds of years, or even more than 1,000 years. After all, the outer space was too vast. Even if the incipient God realm experts could fly, they couldn't travel through the endless space. Thus, when Ling Xiao asked them this question, he just wanted to find the Genesis stones specifically. He wanted to know how to get the Genesis stones faster. However, what he could think of course, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu had also thought of this problem. The key point was that even if they knew the whereabouts of the other Genesis stones, they couldn't snatch them. Of course, we know this. In fact, we know the whereabouts of some of the Genesis stones. Everybody in the Heaven territory knows them. However, we can't get them, sighed Ling Bo. Chapter 1474. Ling Xiao listened attentively to the places Ling Bo was talking about. It turned out 3 forces in the Sky Dragon area had the Genesis Stone. The Kim people had the Metal Genesis Stone. The Winged Man tribe also had the Light Genesis Stone. The most mysterious Wood Grain tribe also had the Wood Genesis Stone. As they were from the ancient antiquity, it wasn't strange that they had the Genesis stones they needed. After all, they had the powerful incipient God realm experts to protect them. After so many years, it wasn't strange that they had some treasures. Today, the Gold Clan had 4 kinds of Genesis stones: metal, fire, water, and earth. If they could get the light and wood Genesis stones, they would be close to collecting all 9 kinds of Genesis stones. No doubt they had to rob the light Genesis stone. The damn Winged Man tribe must be destroyed in the hands of the Kim people. The Kim people had sent people to contact the Wood Grain tribe, but they couldn't find them or they didn't receive any news. Anyway, they were one of the most mysterious clans. Besides the whereabouts of the 2 Genesis stones, they also knew the whereabouts of the Dark Genesis stone. It was in the Demon Tiger tribe in the Sky Tiger area. The Demon Tiger tribe and the Kim people didn't get along well. Undoubtedly, it was hard to take the Genesis stone from them. Moreover, the Demon Tiger tribe was the strongest ancient clan in the Heaven territory. It wasn't hard to imagine their formidable competence. That year, the Kim people had their forefather, Ling Hongyu, to resist the Demon Tiger tribe. But now, they had to be low-key and didn't want to provoke the Demon Tiger tribe. The Wind and Lightning Genesis stones were the rarest. They didn't know where they could get them. They just had a rough guess. Let's not talk about this for now. Sometimes, there were some Genesis stones in the perilous areas of outer space. However, it required a lot of luck to find them. They had sent the incipient God Realm experts to try their luck. Today, Ling Xiao had returned and used the Supreme God pellets to exchange for the Genesis stones in the Heaven territory. Even if they had the Genesis stones, they wouldn't take them out. They had to find them themselves. After Ling Xiao heard this, he remembered the Genesis stones in his heart. These forces were the targets he wanted to destroy. It seemed like he needed to trouble them in the future. However, the grudge between the Wood Grain tribe and the Soul tribe wasn't that big. Back then, the Wood Grain tribe had bullied the Wood Grain tribe, which was why the Wood Grain tribe had hit them when they were down. So, they couldn't be blamed. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao immediately started to refine the Sovereign God pellet. The Dragon Gate and his own clan had sent him quite a lot of materials. In addition to the supreme godly materials sent by the other superforces, he wanted to refine more at one time in case of emergencies. While he was concocting pills, he summoned Xianxia and had him observe from the side. Xianxia was the most outstanding divine alchemist of the Devil Tiger sect, and he had the strength of a mid-level god king. If he was nurtured properly, he might become a supreme divine alchemist one day. Of course, this would take a very long time. To shorten the refining time, Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger split into 2 and started to refine the sovereign god pellets at the same time. If other people saw this scene, they would be startled. At the same time, they would realize that Ling Xiao alone was equal to 2 supreme divine alchemists. If others were to know of this news, they would probably prostrate themselves in admiration. When Ling Xiao was refining the pellets, he was fully focused. He couldn't be careless. After all, these godly materials were too precious. He would feel heartbroken if he ruined one. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Ling Xiao had refined a total of 40 supreme god pellets. He had almost used up all the godly materials he had. He didn't waste much. This kind of terrifying efficiency and success rate could absolutely make all the supreme divine alchemists speechless. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Ling Xiao to create a god soul doppelganger that was rarely seen in 10,000 years? It should be known that from the ancient times until now, there were only a few people who had a god soul, and there were even fewer alchemists. If they were to compare themselves to Ling Xiao, they were already at a disadvantage. After Ling Xiao finished refining the supreme god pellets, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he gave a supreme god pellet to Hu Yen to help him advance to the incipient god realm. Now that the Kim people had made the Winged Men tribe their archenemy, he must have stronger helpers by his side. Since Hu Yen was very high, Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him for the time being. Even if he gave him the supreme god pellet, it would only help him reach the peak of the low level. He felt that it was a waste of the supreme god pellet. It was better to keep it. At the same time, Ling Xiao had another thing to do, which was to let the demon heavenly fire bead absorb the nirvana heavenly fire bead. Originally, the nirvanic heavenly fire bead's power was far above the demon spirit heavenly fire beads, but it had been caught by the vermilion bird divine beast, and the vermilion bird divine beast had sucked away the power it had accumulated over countless years, causing its cultivation level to plummet. It was now even lower than the demon spirit heavenly fire bead. When the vermilion bird gave him the nirvana heavenly fire bead, it hoped that Ling Xiao would keep his promise and bring it to see the fire Qilin. And, after Ling Xiao got the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead, he didn't touch it. He forced it into the cauldron. At this moment, it was the time for the Demon Heavenly Fire bead to swallow it and advance. It was time for him to benefit. The reason why Ling Xiao had delayed until now was that he needed time to stabilize his power, which had just advanced not long ago. Otherwise, after the Demon Heavenly Fire bead swallowed the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead, its power would increase greatly. When it gave him energy, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand it. If he wasted that energy, it would affect his body badly. Today, he had kept his power at incipient God realm for a long time. His realm had been stabilized. It was the best time to swallow the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead. About how to swallow the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead, he had to plan it carefully. Although its power had decreased, it wasn't much weaker than the Demon Heavenly Fire bead. If he hadn't reached incipient God realm, he couldn't have subdued it. If he only used the Demon Heavenly Fire bead to deal with it, it couldn't swallow it in a short time. Thus, Ling Xiao planned to use both beads. He would use the innate Yin Wind bead to pull the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead and let the Demon Heavenly Fire bead absorb the energy from the other side. He believed that the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Anyway, although the innate Yin Wind bead's power wasn't as strong as the Demon Heavenly Fire bead, it wasn't much different from the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead. It wasn't a problem to use it to restrain the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead. Moreover, Shi Yan's God Soul clone was there to subdue it. The Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead couldn't stir up any trouble. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao took action immediately. He took the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead out of the cauldron and forcefully pulled it into his sea of consciousness. He was going to swallow it. The sea of consciousness of an incipient God realm expert was so vast that it was like another world. This place wasn't an empty space anymore. It had trees, spirit flowers, spirit beasts, cold wind, ice flowers, and many other living things. It was like a real world. With a closer look, it was the scene of the origin of Ling Xiao's universe. It looked so real. In this scene, there was a green tree that towered to the sky with thick spiritual qi. At the same time, 3 beads with different colors were chasing each other. All of them were releasing different energies. Among the 3 beads, one was purple and the other was gray. They were covering the crimson bead as if they wanted to subdue it. Right at this moment, a shadow slowly appeared in the bushes. Wasn't he Ling Xiao's God Soul clone? Ling Xiao chuckled, "Don't even think you'll have any chance to resist me." After he said that, he spread his palms towards the crimson bead, and a powerful sealing force directly suppressed the bead. Whoosh! The crimson bead couldn't resist. It turned into a firebird and tried to get rid of Ling Xiao's suppression. It wanted to escape his sea of consciousness. However, its competence wasn't the same as before. How could it get rid of Ling Xiao's palm? Not bad. It still has the competence of a high-level god king. Ling Xiao mumbled with satisfaction. At this moment, the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire bead and the innate Yin Wind bead started to exert their powers. The Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire bead's flames entangled and swallowed the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead. As long as it could absorb all the energy of the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead, it would be finished. However, the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire bead and the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead's powers were not too far apart. It wasn't very possible for it to swallow the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire bead alone. Fortunately, the innate Yin Wind bead was emitting a strong Yin Wind and baleful qi from the side. It restrained the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead's flames from the other side, making it unable to resist the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire bead too much. The power of the transformed firebird was greatly diminished, and it let out incessant screeches as if it were begging for mercy. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao might have kept it and nurtured it like another heaven bead. However, keeping one more heavenly fire bead wasn't very useful now. He might as well combine the 2 into one. Wouldn't it be better to make one bead stronger? Ling Xiao ignored the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead signal and continued to suppress it, letting the other 2 heaven beads deal with it. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao suppressing it, it wouldn't have been so easy to capture it with just the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire bead and the Nirvana Heavenly Fire bead, let alone start devouring its power. Now that the 3 were attacking at the same time, The Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead could no longer escape its calamity. The demon spirit Heavenly Fire Bead continuously absorbed the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead's power. Just as the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead wanted to counterattack, the innate Yin Wind Bead would take advantage of the gap and enter, tormenting it until it was unable to focus on defense. The slightest bit of carelessness would destroy the bead's structure. If it really broke apart, it would be even less of a match for the demon spirit Heavenly Fire Bead. It would definitely be absorbed even faster. Therefore, it would rather endure in a defensive position so that it could be preserved for a few more days. It also continuously sent signals to Ling Xiao to beg for mercy. However, Ling Xiao ignored it. He was determined to completely absorb the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead's power before he dared to let it go. As the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead's power was slowly devoured by the demon spirit Heavenly Fire Bead's power bit by bit, the size of the bead also slowly became smaller. Its power became weaker, while the demon spirit Heavenly Fire Bead's power continued to grow, indicating that it was extremely excited. Finally, the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead became smaller and smaller, about to completely collapse. Chapter 1475. Time flew fast. It had been 2 years since Ling Xiao had entered the cave mansion to refine pellets. Kim People's team and Dragon Gate's team were waiting for Ling Xiao to come out of seclusion. They all wanted to see the legendary Supreme God pellet. After all, there weren't many Supreme God realm experts in the Heaven territory, and the Sky Dragon region didn't have any. Thus, the Sky Dragon region was weaker than the other regions that had Supreme God realm experts. After all, the Supreme God realm experts could increase the number of incipient God realm experts in many forces. The number of incipient God realm experts represented the strength of a region. If the Sky Dragon region didn't have powerful ancient clans like the Kim people, the Winged Men tribe, and the Wood Grain tribe, they would have been conquered by the strong forces of other regions. Inside the cave mansion, the changes in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness finally stopped. The demon spirit Heavenly Fire Bead was about to level up, but the Nirvanic Heavenly Fire Bead hadn't broken yet. It just had a few cracks. Ling Xiao pulled the Nirvanic Heavenly Fire Bead away. He didn't let the demon spirit Heavenly Fire Bead absorb anymore. He also let the innate Yin Wind Bead move to the side. Ling Xiao pulled the Nirvanic Heavenly Fire Bead out of his Sea of Consciousness. He shoved the Nirvanic Heavenly Fire Bead back into the cauldron. Then, he focused his mind and guarded his Sea of Consciousness, waiting for the demon spirit Heavenly Fire Bead to level up. The advancement of heavenly jewels was different from the advancement of humans and spirit beasts. As long as they had enough energy, they could advance directly. They didn't need to encounter any bottlenecks. The demon spirit Heavenly Fire Bead emitted clanging sounds. The powerful flame expanded towards Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness. The bead's volume slowly increased, and the color of the bead gradually changed to purple-red. The flame also became extremely purple-red, infinitely close to purple-black. This was the sign that it had shown when it was advancing. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone immediately fortified everything in his Sea of Consciousness. He was afraid that the terrifying power would destroy it. He could sense that the flames of the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Pearl could already threaten him to a certain extent. In other words, this flame was strong enough to burn even the incipient God realm experts. Fortunately, the demon spirit Heavenly Fire Pearl had already recognized him as its master, so its flames did not harm him at all. As for the Tree of Immortality and the Connate Yin Wind Bead, they had to stay far away. The gap between them and the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead had been completely widened. The difference of one rank was a huge difference in power. As the power spread out, the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead condensed into the shape of a firebird. This firebird was similar to the firebird that the Nirvanic Skyfire Bead could condense, only its color was slightly different. The power it displayed had indeed reached the 11th step. Could it be? Could it be that the demonic Heavenly Fire Bead absorbed the energy of the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead and learned its Nirvana ability as well? Ling Xiao sighed in shock. Following his exclamation, The firebird created by the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead faced the sky and screeched as if it was sending some message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could only understand it. It was true that the firebird had learned the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead's ability. To be exact, the power of the two had been assimilated. As long as it was willing, it could appear in the form of a firebird in the future, and it could also absorb other flames of origin to continue growing stronger. If it had the opportunity, it could even undergo nirvana a few times, and it could even become a real living creature. Right when Ling Xiao was about to scream in joy, he suddenly felt the energy of the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead expanding. I should collect the energy first. Ling Xiao screamed happily. He immediately got into his composure and prepared to receive the energy. He couldn't waste it. Every time the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead leveled up, it would give him some energy more or less. It was also the reason why Ling Xiao could advance faster many times. This time, the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead had leveled up one more time. It was now at level 11. He believed that the energy it gave back wouldn't be little. Indeed, the massive fire energy from his sea of consciousness surged to Ling Xiao's lower abdomen. It strengthened his lower abdomen. At the same time, the 5 elements energy in his lower abdomen surged to the divine bridge. This process lasted for a long time. Ling Xiao's energy was gradually increasing. Shortly after, another month had passed. Ling Xiao's energy finally stopped increasing. He didn't reach the middle level of the Supreme Realm because of the energy he got from the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead. He didn't reach the peak of the low level because of the energy. He was just much stronger than when he had just entered the low level. He wasn't far from the middle level of the low level. From this, it could be seen that when he reached the Supreme Realm, if he wanted to increase his energy, he needed a long time to accumulate and absorb energy to become stronger. However, the energy Ling Xiao got from the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead was equivalent to dozens of years or even hundreds of years of cultivation for an ordinary incipient God Realm expert. Although Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied, he had to accept this fact. Now, he finally decided to get out of his seclusion. As soon as he walked out of the cave mansion, a guard of the Kim people immediately reported the news to the founding elder of the tribe. Ling Bao, Ling Qiu, and the others immediately rushed over. They had been waiting for the stars and the moon. They were so anxious. The supreme god pellet that Ling Xiao had was the first sign of the rise of the Kim people. Little Xiao, how is it? Ling Bo asked anxiously. Ling Qiu also looked at Ling Xiao with hope. Any alchemist had a certain success rate. If the success rate was low, it would take several batches of materials to successfully refine one batch of pellets. If the success rate was good, of course, they could make better use of each batch of materials to refine several batches of pellets. After all, Ling Xiao was the new alchemy god. Ling Bo and Ling Qiu were afraid that his success rate would be too low and would not be able to meet the requirements of their ideals. Of course, their requirements weren't high. They had given Ling Xiao a lot of materials. They only hoped to have a 1/3 success rate, which meant that they would be satisfied if he could condense 7 or 8 Supreme God pellets. After all, this number was enough to help several incipient God Realm experts or half-incipient God Realm experts reach the Supreme Incipient God Realm. It would be strange if they weren't nervous. Ling Xiao didn't know how to react, so he asked, "What do you mean?" Ling Qiu said, "Of course, it's the Supreme God pellets. How many pellets can you refine? Do you have 5? What he said was conservative. If there were 5 pellets, it was not a waste of those materials. It was worth it. If there were more than 5 pellets, it would be a profit. Ling Xiao was bewildered for a while, then he smiled and said, "I thought you would ask something. Of course, it's not a problem for me to do it. Here are 15 pellets for my family and the other 10 for the outer sect." When Ling Xiao said that, he put the packed Supreme God pellets in front of Ling Bo and Ling Qiu one by one. The two of them were dumbstruck. They had never thought that Ling Xiao could refine those materials into so many Supreme God pellets. This was absolutely beyond their expectations. At the same time, they were even more surprised. These 25 Supreme God pellets were enough to double the level and number of the incipient God Realm experts of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. This was definitely a super surprise. A super surprise. Let's take these Supreme God pellets first. Now, it's time to settle the account with those old men of the outer sect. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. They dare to betray the Kim people. If they want the Supreme God pellets, it depends on their sincerity. Ling Bo took all the Supreme God pellets from Ling Xiao and said complacently. Ling Xiao had planned to give 15 to the Kim people and 10 to the Dragon Gate. Today, Ling Bo even took the 10 for the Dragon Gate. It was just the right time to use them to threaten the elders of the outer sect. It was time to make them pledge their loyalty to the Kim people again. Ling Xiao smiled as he thought that Ling Bo was really astute. He had never thought about using the Supreme God pellets to threaten the incipient God realm experts of the Divine Body faction. However, he also thought that Ling Bo was right. It was a good opportunity to make the Divine Body faction restrain their arrogant aura. At the same time, they could help the Kim people to deal with the Winged Man tribe. At that time, their chance of winning would be bigger. After all, the incipient God realm experts of the Divine Body faction were really strong. They weren't weaker than any ancient warrior. Little Xiao, you've done a great service this time. Tell us, what reward do you want? We will try our best to satisfy you. Ling Qiu said. Ling Bo also said, that's right. As long as our tribe has it, you can take it. At first, Ling Xiao had given them 2 Genesis stones with different attributes. That was his biggest contribution. And now, he had given them 25 Supreme God pellets, which had pushed his value to the peak. If forefather Ling Hongyu was the stabilizing force of the Kim people, Ling Xiao would be the foundation for the Kim people to soar again. His role was immeasurable. In other words, Ling Xiao was qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as their forefather Ling Hongyu. He would become the great existence of the Kim people's generation. What did Ling Xiao need at this moment? What he needed the most right now was to increase his strength, but even the Gold Clan couldn't solve this problem for him. In any case, the Supreme God materials that should be given to him were already in his hands, and the Supreme God pellets were also refined by him, so the clan couldn't help him with anything. As for the divine weapons, his Golden Dragon Spear and Ice and Fire Sword needed to be upgraded. However, with his current ability to condense objects, he could upgrade them by himself. It didn't mean that Ling Xiao had the ability of a blacksmith. It was because the 2 divine weapons were connected to his mind. They had souls. His competence had reached the supreme incipient God realm, so he could use his incipient God realm skills and God blood to upgrade the 2 divine weapons automatically. If the 2 divine weapons didn't have souls or fuse with him, even if he was at the supreme incipient God realm, he couldn't do it. Thus, he told Ling Bo and Ling Qiu his requirements. He needed supreme metal elemental materials, as well as ice elemental and fire elemental materials. As long as he had the materials, he could help them upgrade. Ling Bo and Ling Qiu didn't ask about Ling Xiao's use. After all, they knew that Ling Xiao was a freak cultivating with many attributes. He had his own use for these divine materials. Of course, they would try their best to satisfy Ling Xiao's requirements. Chapter 1476. The Supreme Gold Obsidian was a kind of peerless divine stone that adhered to the Genesis Stone. It had been accumulating the energy of the Genesis Stone for a long time, so it had the pure power of metal, which made it the toughest material of metal. It was an essential material to refine top-class or supreme divine weapons of metal class. The 10,000-year-old ice crystal was the kind of crystal in the center of an iceberg that hadn't melted for millions of years. It had the absolute cold power. Ordinary people would die if they touched it. Even if a king god wanted to grab it, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. It was also a kind of supreme divine material. When it was added to an ice-class divine weapon, it could increase its attack and cold power. These 2 divine items were what Ling Bo had given to Ling Xiao from the treasures of his clan. Compared to the Supreme God Pellet, these 2 divine items weren't anything. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to accept them. As for the divine items of fire class, he already had the top-grade fire meteorite, which was enough. Ling Xiao returned to his cave mansion. This time, he didn't want to seclude for a long time. He wanted to see if he could upgrade his divine weapon to the ancient god level. Although his body could be compared to an ancient god weapon, sometimes he could use a real ancient god weapon to enhance his fighting competence and reduce the damage to his body. It wasn't easy for others to use their own god power to upgrade a divine weapon. After all, every single divine object was incomparably hard. If one wanted to melt them, they would need to borrow the help of extreme flames and powerful strength. Although the supreme incipient god realm experts had the power, most of them didn't have the ultimate flame. Therefore, if they wanted to raise the grade of their god weapons, they could only look for a god weapon master other than the help of an ultimate flame. It was rare to see someone like Ling Xiao who could fulfill both conditions. Ling Xiao returned to his cave mansion, sat cross-legged, and took out the ice and fire sword. "Buddy, long time no see." Ling Xiao gently caressed the blade of the ice and fire sword. Ever since he became a mid-level god monarch, Ling Xiao had never used the ice and fire swords in battle. Its grade was simply too low. However, it was the first weapon that had become one with his weapon. To him, it was much more intimate than the golden dragon spear. Clang clang. The ice water sword instantly flew out of Ling Xiao's hand, emitting waves of ice and fire qi. It trembled and produced subtle sounds, as though it was responding to Ling Xiao's words. Furthermore, it even flew around Ling Xiao's body happily. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It was me who neglected you. Now, I'll give you some materials to make you stronger. Are you willing?" The ice and fire sword seemed to be able to understand Ling Xiao's words, and actually magically bent the tip of the sword, indicating that it agreed to Ling Xiao's request. Ling Xiao knew that if the ice and fire sword could reach the level of an ancient god weapon, its soul would definitely appear. After getting the ice and fire sword's response, Ling Xiao took out the top-quality fire meteorite and the 10,000-year ice crystal. These two divine materials had to be the same at the same level. Otherwise, they couldn't balance the ice and fire swords, which would prevent them from fusing and advancing. The two materials that Ling Xiao had used previously had different types of energy. One was hot, and the other was cold. The energy that they could force out wasn't weaker than any god king's power. If an ordinary person were to touch the fire meteor and ice crystal stone with their palms, they would definitely be burned to ashes, but the ice crystal stone could immediately freeze them. Ling Xiao was at the supreme incipient god realm, and he had the demonic demon heaven flame that even a supreme incipient god realm expert couldn't resist. He flipped his palms and sent 2 clusters of flames to burn the 2 completely different divine stones. The first step was to melt the 2 divine stones and let the ice and fire swords absorb them. Then, he would drop his blood to help the ice and fire swords advance. Only the blood of a supreme incipient god realm expert could have this magical effect. The blood of a god king didn't have this ability. Ling Xiao felt that if he wanted to immediately refine these 2 divine materials, it wouldn't be something that could be done overnight. However, when he used the demonic demon heaven flame, which had just advanced, for the first time, he was astounded. After the 2 divine stones were burned for a while, they immediately melted. Good. What a terrifying flame. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and complimented. He had never thought that the demonic demon heaven flame could be so powerful that it could melt these supreme divine materials that fast. Ice and fire swords, come here. Ling Xiao pulled himself together and called the ice and fire swords. Following Ling Xiao's voice, the ice and fire swords immediately flew towards him. They didn't even dare to approach the flames in his hands, afraid that they would be burned. Think of a way to absorb the melted power. Ling Xiao immediately instructed. After all, he didn't know much about forging, so he could only let the divine artifact think of a way. Fortunately, the ice and fire swords had the experience of absorbing the power of other weapons to advance, and it already possessed the intelligence of the artifact soul. After it flew around Ling Xiao a few times, the sword's body trembled non-stop, releasing 2 completely different types of power, guiding the melted divine stone's power towards the sword's body. Immediately after, sword lights flashed non-stop, and the shadow of a 9-headed dragon snake rose up and roared. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao knew that he had done the right thing. Right now, he only needed to continue melting the power of the divine stone. He had originally thought that it would take at least 10 days to half a month to melt these two types of divine-level stones. It seemed that with his current speed, he would be able to completely melt and divide their power within 3 days. The best way to describe the power of Ling Xiao's current cave abode was to use the words ice and fire two heavens to describe it. A wisp of blue crystal light and a wisp of red flame directly caused two different types of natural energy to intertwine and fuse within the cave abode. With the ice and fire swords above the cave, they continuously absorbed the energy, but there was still quite a bit that leaked out. If not for Ling Xiao using his aura to forcefully seal them here, they would have dissipated from this world. When the two divine-level stones were completely melted by Ling Xiao, the ice and fire swords were already wrapped up by two different types of energy, and the appearance of the sword could no longer be seen clearly. Perhaps right now, it was a guy who had eaten into a fatty in one bite and was in a state of indigestion. Success or failure, it all depends on this moment. Ling Xiao shouted lightly, and a drop of blood essence was forced out from the tip of his finger. Swoosh! This bit of blood essence was instantly flicked in the direction of the ice and fire swords. The blood essence directly entered the two powers and attached itself to the body of the ice and fire swords. Immediately after, the ice and fire swords shone brightly with a strong suction force. The nine-headed dragon snake seemed to have come to life, roaring non-stop, and the power that wrapped around the ice and fire swords gradually shrank, directly entering the sword's body. The ice and fire swords kept twisting and struggling, as if they were in great pain. Ling Xiao knew that this was the moment when the ice and fire swords were about to advance, and at the same time, he could use this short period of time to change the appearance of the ice and fire swords. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. The power of ice in his left hand and the power of fire in his right hand covered the ice and fire swords. At the same time, the latest appearance of the ice and fire swords flashed through his mind. He had to condense it according to the appearance he liked. In the end, when Ling Xiao's divine power continued to attach itself to the ice and fire swords, the shape of the ice and fire swords kept changing. This also showed that Ling Xiao's requirements for the shape of the ice and fire swords were constantly changing, until he was satisfied with the result. Suddenly, the ice and fire swords flashed with a cool appearance. Ling Xiao instantly roared in shock, pulling out all of his divine power and forcefully condensing the shape of the ice and fire swords. Swoosh! The light of the ice and fire swords shone brightly again. A terrifying force quietly attacked, and streams of sword energy shot out in all directions. The sword chi blasted against the cave walls, producing deafening and terrifying sounds. Fortunately, the cave abode had been jointly set up by the supreme gods and incipient god realm experts. Otherwise, this sword energy would have directly destroyed the mountain. This definitely surpassed the power of a top divine weapon, directly reaching the power of a low-grade ancient god weapon. When the sword energy scattered, the ice and fire swords gradually retracted, revealing the new shape of the ice and fire swords. It was still a sword with the shape of a saber and a sword. However, the hilt of the sword had the shape of a dragon head spitting out pearls, which looked noble and majestic. The body of the sword was much wider than ordinary swords. Half of the sword was like an iceberg with sparkling light and small teeth protruding from its surface, which made it look extremely sharp and cold. People could vaguely see the dragon patterns winding around the blade, which had the power to swallow mountains and rivers. The other half of the sword was symmetrical like an ice saber, but the shape of the sword was different. It looked like a phoenix feather with a blazing flame and a sharp edge. The combination of ice and fire had the power of a dragon and a phoenix. It looked simple and ancient, with a mighty and noble aura. What a good ice and fire sword! What a thick aura of an ancient god weapon! The reason why they were called ancient god weapons wasn't that they were passed down from the antiquity time. It meant that the divine power they had could be compared to the mighty power of the antiquity time. At the same time, it was concluded that they could be passed down for thousands of years, which made them the ancient god weapons. Once they reached this level, they would definitely not be destroyed easily. At the same time, they could continue to advance with their master. The premise was that their master could continue to grow stronger and provide it with more divine materials, and inject more blood essence and divine power. Now that the Ice and Fire Sword could only reach the level of a low-grade Supreme God weapon, it was already very good. After all, it was originally only a mid-grade 10th level God weapon. If it hadn't produced a weapon soul, it would probably not have been able to advance to this level. Suddenly, two figures flashed out from the Ice and Fire Sword. "Greetings, Master." The two figures knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao and said in unison. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the two illusory figures. It was a man and a woman. The man's appearance was somewhat similar to him. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his hair was like a dragon or snake, flashing with a crystal blue radiance. The woman, on the other hand, was extraordinarily beautiful. Her figure was voluptuous, and she was surrounded by a fiery aura. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered with a bit of sharpness. Chapter 1477. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the man and woman. He almost couldn't wrap his head around it. Fortunately, he had seen the artifact Soul Obsidian in the Obsidian Divine Cauldron. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he came back to his senses. Now that the Ice and Fire Sword had become an ancient divine weapon, its artifact soul had finally manifested, and its intelligence was beginning to appear. Ling Xiao held the Ice and Fire Sword in his hand with satisfaction and casually swung it a few times. The sword rays were extremely sharp. It was really a rare and excellent ancient divine weapon. Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction and said to himself, it was not in vain to help it improve, Recasting the Ice and Fire Sword was only Ling Xiao's first ancient divine weapon. He still had to recast the Golden Dragon Spear. The Supreme Golden Obsidian's grade was much higher than the Fire Meteorite and the Ice Crystal. After all, it was a divine stone born with the Genesis Stone. If it continued to be supplied with power from the Genesis Stone, it might also evolve into a Genesis Stone. Therefore, he merged it into the Golden Dragon Spear. The Golden Dragon Spear's grade was slightly higher than the Ice and Fire Sword. Of course, it still could not become a mid-grade ancient divine weapon. This was already because of Ling Xiao's strength. The Golden Dragon Spear condensed again. Its mighty appearance was even better. The golden spear was like a dragon's spine. Every swing was accompanied by a dragon's roar. Its power reached the peak of low-grade ancient divine weapon. It was only a little bit away from becoming a mid-grade ancient divine weapon. But with the toughness of the Golden Dragon Spear, even against a real mid-grade ancient divine weapon, it would not be immediately damaged. Ling Xiao was somewhat disappointed. His body was already comparable to a peak low-grade ancient divine weapon. It was as strong as the new Golden Dragon Spear. It seemed like he would not need to use them to fight much, unless he created a new spear and sword fusion technique that was comparable to the Emperor Dragon Heaven Destruction art. The last two moves of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Destruction art had not been completed. Ling Xiao did not have the mood to create new moves. Everything had to be postponed. Now, he still had one thing to do. It was to go to the place where the descendants of the soul race were settled. He wanted to go back and see how they had been for the past few decades. Was she following his advice to live a low-key life and secretly working hard to cultivate? Ling Xiao walked out from the cave abode and was about to bring the prodigal back to the clan grounds when he heard waves of powerful energy waves coming from the mountain peak in the distance. A supreme has broken through. Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. He had just handed over the Supreme God Pellet a few days ago. Even if a half-incipient God Realm expert took it, he couldn't break through in such a short time. Anyway, the incipient God Realm was the top challenge for all warriors. Even if they used pellets to break through, they couldn't do it that fast. However, some things and some people might be exceptions. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to ignore it, a powerful wave came from the other side. An incomparably mighty golden Jiao Dragon King soared into the sky, forming a dazzling and extraordinary golden light. Then, a hearty laugh rang out, I've finally broken through. This voice was full of excitement and domineering power. Ling Xiao wasn't very curious about someone breaking through to the incipient god realm, but he had to stop when he heard this voice. He turned his head to the direction and mumbled, "What a familiar voice. Is it the old master brother?" At this time, many people in the Kim people's territory gathered and looked in that direction. All of a sudden, a dragon king soared up into the sky and dashed towards them. What a powerful aura! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. He found that this person didn't seem to have the power of someone who had just broken through to the incipient god realm. Surprisingly, he was already at the peak of low-level supreme. He even suspected that this person was at the initial level of low-level Supreme Master realm and then took his Supreme God pellet to increase his power to this realm. However, when he saw the person, he completely overturned his thought. Because this person was the former master of the Dragon Gate, Ling Qin. At that time, when he was forced to retire, he was still at the peak of Sinjin of Goguryeo. After he retired, he directly entered the death seclusion. He wouldn't come out until he had reached the incipient god realm. He wanted to sweep away the decline of being the master of the outer branch and restore his high and vigorous spirit as the son of heaven of the Kim people. After Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people's territory, he had time to visit Xianxia, Ling Chen's wife, to learn some things about Ling Chen. He also sincerely hoped that Ling Chen could get rid of the shadow of being forced to step down in advance and pull himself together. At that time, the reason why he didn't want Ling Chen to be the master of the Dragon Gate was that Ling Chen was a little hesitant and soft-hearted. He couldn't forcefully solve the internal conflict, so he had to endure and give in. This had disappointed Ling Xiao a lot. Thus, he had suggested in front of the elders that Ling Chen should retire behind the scenes. At that time, he felt a little guilty and sorry for Ling Chen, but he didn't regret it. Otherwise, the Dragon Gate wouldn't have become so prosperous and stable. Today, Ling Chen had broken through to the peak of low-level Supreme Master. Ling Xiao felt happy for him. He deserves to be the top existence in the Sinjin of Goguryeo. His foundation is really strong. He has such competence right after breaking through. Ling Xiao complimented inwardly. It wasn't that no one could break through to the incipient god realm from the peak of King God realm, but it was absolutely rare. They were all geniuses among geniuses. If Ling Chen had reached the peak of low-level Supreme Master without the help of a divine treasure, no one would believe him. After all, to reach the peak of incipient god realm from the first rank of the Supreme Master realm required a lot of energy. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the reason why Ling Chen could break through was because of the Supreme God pellet he had given to Ling Fei 2 years ago. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly saw Ling Fei and went to greet Ling Chen. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei in surprise. He was puzzled. Why didn't brother break through? He could feel that Ling Fei's competence wasn't much different from before. He didn't improve much, which made him feel strange. After all, he had given the Supreme God pellet to Ling Fei so that he could break through to the Supreme Master realm as soon as possible. Ling Xiao thought that Ling Fei might not have taken it yet, so he didn't think too much about it. Today, seeing Ling Chen break through, of course, Ling Xiao couldn't be indifferent. He had to step forward and congratulate Ling Chen. At this moment, many people had gathered around Ling Chen. The King God realm and the members of the Holy Emperor's clansmen were looking at Ling Chen with respect. The Supreme Master realm and the incipient God realm were the supreme realms that they all yearned for. Those who could break through were all geniuses among geniuses. At this moment, some people saw Ling Xiao flying towards them. They immediately bowed to greet Ling Xiao. "Greetings, great Uncle Xiao." When they looked at Ling Xiao, their eyes were much more respectful and passionate than Ling Chen's. A Supreme God Alchemist was qualified to sit on the same level as a high-level Supreme Master incipient God Realm expert. It was normal that his brilliance surpassed Ling Chen's. "Deji, congratulations on entering the new realm." Ling Xiao clasped his fists to congratulate Ling Chen from a distance. Ling Chen looked much younger. His scattered long hair made him look slovenly. However, with his dignified bearing and dignified physique, he looked like a handsome middle-aged man, the type that young women loved the most. When Ling Chen saw Ling Xiao, he was enraged. He used to admire Ling Xiao a lot. However, when he returned to his clan, he heard from the ancestor of his branch that Ling Xiao had hinted at him in front of the chief. After he heard the news, he became infuriated towards Ling Xiao. He thought that he had valued Ling Xiao a lot, but Ling Xiao had hidden behind his back and hit him when he was down. He was a despicable villain. "Brother Xiao, do you still have the face to see me?" Ling Chen shouted at Ling Xiao, his face enraged. His power of the incipient god realm had pushed away the people around him, directly pressing down on Ling Xiao. The people around were blown away, but Ling Xiao stood still. He looked at Ling Chen and asked skeptically, Why do you say that? Why do you say that? Ha, you dare to ask me like that? Did you complain to the chief that I'm not a suitable sect master?" Ling Chen was clearly too high-spirited. He didn't even realize that Ling Xiao was completely fine after blocking his aura. From this, it could be seen that Ling Xiao's power wasn't less than his. Otherwise, he wouldn't be that arrogant. Ling Xiao frowned. As he wanted to explain, Ling Fei screamed not far from him. "Deji, what do you want to do? You can't be rude to Brother Xiao." Ling Fei wanted to come closer, but Ling Chen's power blocked him. "Fifth brother, go away. Today, I want to teach this shameless villain a lesson." Ling Chen shouted at Ling Fei and then used his bare hand to snatch Ling Xiao. Ling Chen's mighty gold dragon claw appeared, directly grabbing Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Ling Chen would be that angry at him. The moment he wanted to take action, a strong gust of wind blew over and dissolved Ling Chen's dragon claw. "Chinner, what do you want to do?" A founding elder of the Kim people appeared and questioned Ling Chen. This founding elder was the grandfather of Ling Chen and Ling Fei. His name was Ling Tuesday. He was at the peak of low-level Supreme Being, only one step away from the mid-level Supreme Being. Now that Ling Xiao had refined 25 Supreme Elixirs, one of them belonged to him. How could he allow Ling Chen to hurt Ling Xiao? After Ling Tu appeared, Ling Bo, Ling Xiu, and the others also appeared one after another. "Grandfather, don't worry about this. I want to teach this brat a lesson. I won't kill him, I just want him to know that he can't stab his own people in the back." Ling Chen shouted with a face full of indignation. When Ling Tu was about to scold Ling Chen, Ling Xiao spoke first. "It seems that Big Brother has misunderstood me. But it's reasonable that Big Brother wants to teach me a lesson. I also want to see how much Big Brother has improved." After saying that, Ling Xiao directly soared up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was above the 9th heaven, directly breaking through the barrier and going to outer space. Ling Chen was bewildered. Looking at Ling Xiao disappearing in front of him, he now realized that Ling Xiao was at the incipient god realm just like him. How could it be? Ling Chen mumbled in disbelief. Chapter 1478. Ling Chen had received the Supreme God Pellet from Ling Fei, which had helped him advance from the peak of Sinjin of Goguryeo to the peak of Incipient God Realm. The Supreme God Pellet was a big help to him. More importantly, he had been at the peak of King God Realm for a long time. When he was the sect master, he had the power to break through to the half-incipient God Realm. However, he had been suppressing it. He had been suppressing it repeatedly. He thought that when he had enough time, he could reach the sky in one step and become the real incipient God Realm expert. If it were any other King God Realm expert, it would be impossible. However, Ling Chen was one of the top 10 existences in the Sinjin of Goguryeo. His tenbin wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. He was the most outstanding genius of his generation in the Sinjin people. Otherwise, how could he have become the sect master? However, he had been cultivating in seclusion for dozens of years. No matter what, he didn't dare to take that step. It was because of his resignation as the sect master. It was a big blow to him. His mind was shaken. If he tried to break through directly, he would fail and fall into bedevilment. During dozens of years of seclusion, he had tried many ways to get rid of the shadow in his heart. However, when he thought about how he had treated Ling Xiao well, he ended up like this because of Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao even more. When he received the Supreme God Pellet from Ling Fei, Ling Chen finally regained his confidence. He got rid of all distracting thoughts and entered the critical moment to break through. When he was at the peak of King God realm, he had accumulated a lot of energy. When he was at the Sanjin of Goguryeo, he could fight with any half-incipient God realm expert even if he used all his strength. It was the power of the top 10 existences in the Sanjin of Goguryeo. With the help of the Supreme God Pellet, he directly soared to the sky, reaching the peak of incipient God realm. It swept away the gloominess in his heart and restored his confidence. It was just that he had just come out of seclusion today. He had wanted to use Ling Xiao to establish his might and teach Ling Xiao a lesson for everything he had done to him. However, he found that Ling Xiao's competence was equal to his. It seemed like he had reached the incipient God realm earlier than him. He had suffered a deep blow to his heart. Back then, when Ling Xiao was promoted from the Holy Emperor to the Sanjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, he had watched him along the way and knew that Ling Xiao was outstanding in Tenbin. However, the supreme incipient God realm was the top threshold. Not everyone could cross it. He also believed that Ling Xiao had to reach half-incipient God realm to try that step. If he could reach the supreme incipient God realm after 1,000 years, he could be compared to any monstrous genius in the antiquity time. However, he had underestimated Ling Xiao's freakishness. However, even if Ling Xiao had reached the supreme incipient God realm, it didn't matter. He used to be one of the top 10 existences in the Sanjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. His competence was almost invincible in the same realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of low-level supreme being, which meant that he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. It seems that I have underestimated you. But today, I must teach you a lesson. Ling Chen said coldly and directly dashed out of the star area. Ling Tu wanted to stop him, but Ling Bo stopped him. Forget it. Let them deal with each other. They are the best warriors of our Kim people. I, the chief, want to know who is stronger and who is weaker. Moreover, fighting with each other can improve the relationship between the brothers. That's right. We've been too good to Chenra in the past, and we've never encountered any setbacks. It's a bit inappropriate for him to vent his anger on Xiao. However, ever since Xiao returned to the clan, his performance has been quite astonishing. I'm afraid that Chen will have to suffer some losses. It's good that he, as the eldest brother, will be more humble in the future. At the same time, he needs to regain his former spirit. He can't lose his fighting spirit just because he's been the head of the clan for a few years. But what if they have to fight to the death? No matter who is in trouble, it will be a big loss to our clan. Ling Tu was worried. If you're worried, why don't we go out and see if these young people can have the domineering aura we had in the past? Ling Bo hesitated for a while and then suggested. Ling Qiu smiled and agreed, that's good too. Let's see who's stronger between the two geniuses of the new generation of our Jin clan. Then, the group of supreme incipient God realm experts directly flew out of the star area. They left the members of the clan bewildered. Ling Fei gritted his teeth and also flew up to the top of the ninth sky. Although his speed wasn't as fast as the supreme incipient God realm experts, he wasn't slow either. Moreover, he could break those barriers if he wanted to. At his realm, the ancient emperor's divine technique could be enhanced by 30 times. His fighting competence was infinitely close to the supreme incipient God realm. Moreover, his defense could resist the astral winds outside the ninth sky. However, it was a little strenuous for him. In the endless void of outer space, Ling Xiao and Ling Qin stood facing the wind. Two powerful gold halos were sparkling behind them. Ling Xiao, do you know that you're the most outstanding warrior in my eyes? Although you didn't grow up in our clan, I've always treated you like my little brother. The reason why our Kim people can be strong until now is because of our unity. However, you've talked bad about me behind our chief's back. I feel ashamed of your conduct. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson so that you won't break the unity of our clan in the future. Ling Chen gazed at Ling Xiao coldly. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ling Chen de Ji, I respect your conduct. Today, no matter what your purpose is, I will fulfill your wish. But you should know that my words don't carry much weight. Do you think my words can influence the decision of our clan? You think too highly of me. Pausing for a while, he shouted, "Come here. Show me the competence of the top 10 experts in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo." Ling Xiao's power at the incipient god realm burst out, shaking the astral winds in this area. A gold dragon roared in the sky for tens of thousands of miles. Ling Chen shouted with a strong fighting will. "This time, I will teach you a lesson. I hope you will realize your mistake and turn back." The Dragon King behind Ling Chen had the sign of transforming into a dragon. He looked extraordinary and dazzling. Ling Xiao respected Ling Chen as his big brother. Thus, he took the initiative to attack first. With a simple golden palm strike, a golden dragon roared and stormed out. All the chaotic energy currents around were guided to attack Ling Chen. Ling Chen complimented inwardly, "This kid is really strong." Ling Chen's golden fist sparkled. A 10,000-meter-long gold dragon stormed out. Rumble! Rumble! The two dragons bumped into each other. Immediately, the earth-shattering explosions reverberated. Many astral winds were blown away. The turbulent energy currents were stirred up. The first attack was just to test each other. Then, it was a barrage of attacks like a storm. Shadows of the gold dragons tangled with each other and bombarded each other. That terrifying power was like a natural disaster at the end of the world. Countless beams of sharp metal energy shot everywhere. Each beam of energy was enough to explode the god body of any king god realm expert. Even a half-incipient god realm expert couldn't resist it. It was the battle between the two supreme incipient god realm experts. The terrifying power of the supreme incipient god realm experts was beyond everything. When Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and Ling Tu arrived, they saw the two fighting fiercely. They could feel the power unleashed by the two of them, and it was truly frightening. They all knew that the two of them were the leaders of the new generation of Kim people with extraordinary competence. However, seeing the two of them reach the supreme realm with their own eyes, they still gasped in amazement. Especially Ling Tu, he was touched the most. Because Ling Chen was his grandson, he had shown his extraordinary tenbin and fighting competence since he was young. Today, Ling Chen had broken through to the peak of incipient god realm from the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He had shown his outstanding tenbin that surpassed his peers. Of course, he also thought that Ling Xiao was the most outstanding monstrous genius in history. Chapter 1479. Ling Chen had pushed his strength to the peak of a low-level supreme martial artist, and with his various combat skills, every move was enough to destroy opponents of the same level. He felt that it was already very impressive that Ling Xiao could force him to this step. If it was any other low-level supreme martial artist, even if he was at the peak of a low-level supreme martial artist, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. He didn't increase his combat strength, but in terms of strength, he had already far surpassed Ling Xiao. To him, he could only win this battle, not lose. The Golden Dragon Fist was a powerful divine skill passed down by the Kim people, and it was a fist technique that matched the ancient emperor divine skill. There was a total of 18 punches, and each punch carried the divine might of a golden dragon, and its destructive power was more terrifying than the previous one. When Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people, he was fortunate enough to be taught this fist technique, but at that time, he was more proficient with the Nine Sun Sky Burning Fist, and his understanding of the fist intent was even more extreme, so he didn't cultivate the Golden Dragon Fist. Now, when Ling Chen used the Golden Dragon Fist, Ling Xiao felt a little regret. The power of the Golden Dragon Fist was not inferior to the Nine Sun Sky Burning Fist, and it was even comparable to the dragon subduing palm that Xiao Feng taught him, and they were both metal attribute divine skills. If he had really cultivated it back then, he would probably have another powerful divine skill to suppress him. Now, Ling Chen had unleashed the Golden Dragon Fist to its fullest potential. Every single punch carried the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, causing many metal streams to appear. It was as if a flood dragon was wreaking havoc in the sky, destroying everything. Ling Xiao used both palms to meet Ling Chen head-on, and the power of his dragon-subduing palm was not to be underestimated, and it was mixed with the realm of the palm intent, and its power was doubled. But under Ling Chen's absolute strength, This time, Ling Xiao couldn't take it anymore. Bang bang. Ling Xiao's body was violently thrown far away, and traces of gold appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered internal injuries. Lose. Ling Chen chased after Ling Xiao, as if he had transformed into a dragon king, and directly rushed towards Ling Xiao's chest. The flood dragon roared, and its momentum was so great that it blew away all the surrounding astral winds. The powerful force had not yet pressed on Ling Xiao, but he already felt suffocated. Ling Chen thought that this move would definitely make Ling Xiao suffer, and let him know how powerful Ling Chen was. However, just as his fist was about to hit Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao had disappeared in front of his eyes. His fist had completely missed. What? Ling Chen exclaimed, revealing a look of disbelief. He had clearly locked onto Ling Xiao's figure just now, but when he was about to blast Ling Xiao, he suddenly discovered that he had lost sight of Ling Xiao. It must be known that his strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Even if Ling Xiao had increased his combat strength, he felt that it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to escape his attack. He had neglected the fact that Ling Xiao also possessed the wind attribute, so Ling Xiao's speed was naturally beyond his imagination. Dragon subduing palm, dragon swings its tail. Ling Xiao had already circled behind Ling Chen. Taking advantage of the latter's surprise, he suddenly launched an attack. Like a giant dragon swinging its tail, he directly struck at Ling Chen's back. Ling Chen couldn't react in time and was sent flying far away like a cannonball. He also spat out blood. Ling Xiao was merciless and immediately chased after him, blasting wildly at Ling Chen. It was just that Ling Chen was once in the top 10 of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His combat experience was naturally extraordinary. The moment he was blasted away, he already clearly realized that he had been careless. The moment Ling Xiao chased after him, he immediately turned around and counterattacked. Golden fists carried torrential fist intent, and the power immediately multiplied. Many Dragon King charged towards Ling Xiao. Countless sharp metal attack turbulence pressured Ling Xiao to the point that he had nowhere to hide. Ling Xiao originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to make Ling Chen suffer, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. His reaction is really fast, and it also contains a deep level of fist intent. As expected of a powerful existence in the top 10, those who had the fist intent were outstanding among the same level. Coupled with the ancient emperor's mystic technique that increased his combat power and the power of the golden dragon fist, it was no coincidence that Ling Chen could enter the top 10 of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. There was a gap in strength between Ling Xiao and Ling Chen in a head-on confrontation. He had no choice but to raise the power of the ancient emperor's mystic technique. Ling Chen didn't want to lose, and neither did he, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao withstood the pressure from Ling Chen and clashed with him. Everything within tens of thousands of miles was covered by the dragon's shadow, and the dragon's roars rang out incessantly. Did you increase your combat power? Then let's have a good fight. Ling Chen roared angrily. He had finally unleashed all his combat power. Ling Chen no longer deliberately suppressed his strength. He had to end the battle quickly. He could increase his combat power by 35 times, and was definitely a powerful figure among the Kim people who could use the ancient emperor's mystic technique to the extreme. To be able to use the ancient emperor's mystic technique to greater combat power, one had to cultivate the ancient emperor's mystic technique to the most perfect level, and the other had to depend on the density of the Kim people's bloodline. The denser the bloodline, the higher the combat power. Although the power of Ling Chen's bloodline was not as strong as Ling Xiao's, he had already cultivated the ancient emperor's mystic technique to perfection. The 12th form of the Golden Dragon Fist. The shadows of the dragons surrounded Ling Xiao from different directions. Their fighting will overlapped, and the power that erupted was so great that the astral winds didn't even have a chance to get close to Ling Xiao before they dissipated. The people who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that little Chen's combat power hasn't diminished yet. He's not inferior to us old fellows. Ling Bo said with some admiration. Ling Qiu nodded at the side and said, "That's right. I just don't know if that brat Ling Xiao can still hold on." His bloodline power is much stronger than Little Chen's, and he can be compared to the ancestor in the clan. Xiao is not bad, but he's still a little weak. Otherwise, I'm afraid Chen wouldn't be a match for him, Ling Tu said while stroking his white beard. His old eyes were filled with gratification. He was very satisfied with Ling Chen's current situation. Although Ling Chen was removed from the position of sect leader, as his grandfather, he didn't feel that it was a pity. Although a sect leader was above tens of thousands of people, it was not conducive to further cultivation. Only with greater strength was the true way of the king. Ling Zhao's combat power had increased by 55 times. However, Ling Chen was stronger than him in terms of rank, and his combat power had increased by 35 times. He also had the Fist Intent Realm, which completely suppressed all of Ling Zhao's advantages. Boom, boom. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat. His figure was much more wretched than before, and it seemed that he was beginning to lose. Extraordinary indeed. With this powerful strength, it's enough to suppress his peers. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he parried the attacks. If it wasn't for his physical body that was comparable to a peak low-rank ancient god, he didn't know how many times his divine body would have exploded after taking so many attacks from Ling Chen. Therefore, he could conclude that it was not by chance that Ling Chen became one of the top 10 existences in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He was truly talented. Ling Xiao didn't plan on delaying any longer. His origin of the sky universe's power erupted, and that primordial and lively space enveloped Ling Chen. All sorts of 5 elemental powers attacked Ling Chen in unison, causing him to be overwhelmed. Ling Chen's attack was immediately stopped, and he was forced to retreat by these powerful forces. Ling Zhao's change of tactics immediately reversed the situation, and Ling Chen was forced to retreat from Ling Zhao's source of Heaven Universe's power. Because within the opponent's source of Heaven Universe's power, he was the true ruler. It was absolutely not easy to occupy a position there. Whether it was Ling Chen, Ling Bo, or Ling Qiu, they were astounded when they saw Ling Zhao's source of Heaven Universe's power. It was the first time they had seen such a strange space power. This kind of space that could attack the 5 elements creatures was like a new space. It was really strange. Moreover, its attacking power was so strong that it could be compared to the source of Heaven Universe created by the incipient God Realm experts in the antiquity. It was even stronger than that, reaching the Emperor-level space power. Ling Chen didn't have time to consider anything. His source of Heaven Universe's power also appeared. It was the space of a serpent dragon's nest. Golden serpent dragons condensed from origin energy lay there. The serpent heads constantly swallowed their tongues, and their bloodthirsty and ferocious mouths were quite frightening. Tens of thousands of dragons charged out in Ling Zhao's direction. Their aura was turbulent and incomparably powerful. The 2 great source of Heaven Universe's powers collided with each other, sending energy everywhere. At the same time, it looked like the scene of the apocalypse in the antiquity battlefield. The trees, grasses, and vines in Ling Zhao's source of Heaven Universe were entangling the flood dragons. The flood dragons spurted gold light from their mouths to destroy them completely. However, another wave of cold wind and hailstones came and damaged the flood dragons. The Gold Wolf King, the Divine Beast Qilin, and the True Dragon Divine Beast took action to resist the flood dragons. When the battle between the spirit beasts reached the climax, tens of thousands of them exploded like real volcanoes. That power could destroy the entire world, shaking the space within hundreds of thousands of miles. Boom, boom, boom. The energy was exploding. The space was collapsing. Everything was shattering. A figure was violently blown away. A mouthful of gold light shot out like a drop of dust, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. That person wasn't Ling Xiao. It was Ling Chen. He got hurt badly and was forced to retreat. In other words, in the collision of the source of Heaven Universe's powers just now, his skill was inferior. What a powerful creation power. However, all of this still can't change the fact that you've lost. Ling Chen didn't suffer a huge blow because of this. Instead, it aroused his strongest fighting spirit. Ling Chen was going to fight with all his strength. He didn't hold back any of his trump cards. Secret technique, Vast Emperor's Might. This was Ling Chen's fatal lock secret technique. It could use the vast Emperor's might to intimidate and lock onto the opponent, causing them to feel pressured for a short period of time. This would slow down the opponent's reaction and delay the opportunity to counterattack. Ling Xiao was caught off guard. He felt as if his body was bound by an invisible force. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Just as he was about to struggle free from this uncomfortable feeling, Ling Chen's follow-up attack had already arrived. Golden Dragon Fist's 18th move. This was the last move of the Golden Dragon Fist. It was also the most powerful move. Every punch carried a terrifying power that could destroy the stars as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. This was a sure kill move. It frightened the people in the distance. Chapter 1480. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, Ling Tu, and the others watched as Ling Chen mercilessly attacked Ling Xiao. They wanted to save Ling Xiao, but it was already too late. They did not expect the two of them to fight to this extent. They were actually fighting to the death to determine the victor. How can little Chen treat his own brother like this? Ling Tu reprimanded. Who was Ling Xiao? He was the only supreme medicine god of the Kim people and even the Sky Dragon territory. How could he die in the hands of his own cousin? If that was the case, Ling Tu would not be able to protect Ling Chen. He would definitely be punished by the other elders in the clan. After all, Ling Xiao's existence was the hope of the Kim people to become stronger in the future. Little Chen is too much. Ling Bo shouted with a hint of anger on his face. Ling Qiu was also very displeased. If anything happened to Ling Xiao, they would really be ashamed of everything Ling Xiao had done for the clan. They should have stopped it long ago. They all felt that Ling Xiao should not be defeated just like that. After all, they knew that Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elements at the same time. However, he only used the Metal Elemental Divine skill to fight Ling Chen and did not use any other elemental combat skills. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by Ling Chen. It would be fine if he was defeated. However, if he was killed by Ling Chen, what should they do? Ling Chen had always been very confident in himself. His majestic imperial aura was an opportunity that he obtained when he was training outside when he was young. He had defeated countless people with this move. Today, he should feel honored that Ling Xiao was defeated by this move of his. However, he had unleashed the final move of the Golden Dragon Fist, and its might was so great that it could shake up mid-level supreme beings. He regretted it immediately after making his move. Ling Xiao was the most outstanding young man among the Kim people and was bound to go far in the future. Perhaps one day, he might even become a character on the sovereign list. Moreover, he was also a divine alchemist. Wouldn't it be going too far if he killed Ling Xiao? However, it was all too late. It was already impossible for him to stop his attack. He could only hope that Ling Xiao would only be seriously injured by relying on the ancient emperor's divine technique. Ling Xiao was indeed careless. He did not expect Ling Chen to have such a strange secret technique that could suppress his movements for a moment. In a battle between experts, a split second could decide the outcome of life and death. Therefore, when Ling Xiao took the last fierce attack of Ling Chen, his divine body almost couldn't endure it. Cracks appeared on his body, and gold kept oozing out. If it were an ordinary expert at the incipient god realm, Ling Xiao might not be able to hurt Ling Xiao like this. However, Ling Chen was a member of the Kim people just like him. His sharp metal aura was the most domineering. Moreover, his fighting power had increased, so it was naturally extremely terrifying. If it were anyone else who took this attack from Ling Chen, they would have been smashed into meat paste directly. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body was abnormal enough, so he could still endure it. When the power of the attack dissipated, Ling Xiao had already been sent flying tens of thousands of miles away, crashing into the floating rocks and shattering them. Ling Xiao's god body was about to be torn apart. He spurted a mouthful of blood. He looked helter-skelter, and his aura became chaotic. Sun Jin of Goguryeo, who used to be in the top 10, lives up to his reputation. Ling Xiao wore an admiring face as he mumbled. People watching from afar exhaled in relief when they saw that Shi Yan wasn't dead. Ling Chen, on the other hand, revealed an extremely surprised expression. It was obvious that he was quite surprised that Ling Xiao could withstand his attack. However, he also relaxed his mind. His resentment was almost vented. However, he wouldn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao anymore. Today, you're not my opponent. The grudge between us is over. But I won't consider you my brother anymore, Ling Chen said resolutely. Then, Ling Chen turned around and wanted to return to his territory. He didn't want to tangle with Ling Xiao anymore. However, how could Ling Xiao be defeated like this? Shi Yan urged his god power to wash his god body and heal it. He didn't have any scar now. At the incipient god realm, he could use the god power to heal any part of his god body. Moreover, with the help of the ancient emperor's divine technique, Ling Xiao's healing speed was marvelously fast. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he displayed his unparalleled speed. He directly rushed in front of Ling Chen and blocked his path. "Deji, I don't care if you consider me your brother or not. This battle isn't over yet," Ling Xiao said faintly. Finally, he didn't conceal his competence anymore. He used the Imperial Dragon Kills the Sky technique. Imperial Dragon illuminates the world. An azure dragon broke the sky, radiating the invincible emperor's prestige. It roared and thundered. Its intimidating body moved and destroyed the entire space around. The power of this attack was much more than any of Ling Xiao's previous attacks. It was Ling Xiao's mighty god technique that he had fused with many great divine techniques and his own creation ability. This technique was much more powerful than the ancient god techniques. Ling Chen was frightened by this attack. He had tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. His god body had many wounds. He recognized that this attack of Ling Xiao's was extremely intimidating. If he wasn't stronger than Ling Xiao, this move would have been enough to defeat him. What kind of technique is this? Ling Chen screamed inwardly. He had tried his best to stop Ling Xiao's attack. Moreover, he had to suffer a lot. He was so enraged that he decided to teach Ling Xiao a lesson one more time. He wanted to let him know that his resistance was futile. However, before he could make his move, Ling Xiao changed his attack again. Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Technique. The entangled bodies of the dragons circled around. The dragon heads opened their mouths wide as if they wanted to swallow the moon in the sky. The continuous, entangling power caused Ling Chen to be in a difficult situation. It was difficult for him to escape. Then, between these azure dragons, countless icebergs and glaciers descended. The temperature instantly dropped to the extreme. It was enough to freeze hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Ling Chen's expression changed again. He knew that Ling Xiao had recultivated multiple attributes. However, he didn't know that each attribute had such terrifying killing power. However, before he finished his attack, Ling Xiao changed his attack again. The torrential fist intent and the blazing sun drowned Ling Chen one after another. This natural disaster was like the fall of the sun. It burned all the dust in the sky. It was like the end of the world. Everything became terrified and hopeless. Ling Chen panicked and was terrified. If the first three moves could be said to be barely able to withstand it, it was just a little more strenuous. However, the fourth move made him feel like he couldn't withstand it. The torrential fist intense power was comprehended to a deeper level than his. The blazing source of the raging fire was the best power to restrain his metal attribute. Unless he took out a defensive ancient divine weapon, how could he block this terrifying power? However, as the master of the Dragon Gate, his defensive divine weapon had only reached the level of a half-ancient divine weapon. It wasn't even as strong as his physical body. Ling Chen was helpless. He could only use all his strength to resist. He would block as many moves as he could. Facing these terrifying attacks, he was already willing to admit defeat in his heart. "What the monster!" Ling Chen shouted helplessly. He used to be the peak existence before the death of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Similarly, he had reached a new realm with Ling Xiao and was much stronger than Ling Xiao. However, under the opponent's rare ancient divine skill, he had to lose even if he didn't want to. When he was powerless to resist, as long as those fiery fists landed on his divine body, he would be defeated and even killed. But at this moment, the fiery energy that was surging over suddenly disappeared. Ling Chen was stunned. He realized that Ling Xiao had actually stopped attacking 1,000 meters away. Ling Xiao looked a little breathless, as if he had consumed too much energy. He cupped his hands at Ling Chen and smiled faintly. "Big brother, you're amazing. I can't do anything to you. Consider it my loss. Let's call this battle off." Ling Chen didn't expect Ling Xiao to say that. He said angrily, "I don't want your crocodile tears. I, Ling Chen, can still afford to lose." Ling Chen didn't believe that Ling Xiao would stop attacking and admit defeat because his divine power was insufficient. Ling Xiao was doing him a favor, but he couldn't compromise with Ling Xiao and refuse this favor. Because he hated vile people like Ling Xiao who stabbed people in the back. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't bother explaining to Ling Chen. Anyway, there would be people who would explain everything for him. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the others came over. Ling Fei was also pulled over by Ling Tuesday. Without waiting for Ling Bo to speak, Ling Tu took the lead and yelled at Ling Chen, "Little Chen, quickly apologize to Xiao and admit defeat." Ling Chen frowned and said, "Grandfather, why should I apologize to such a vile person?" Ling Chen had already gotten rid of the modesty and forbearance that he had when he was the sect master back then. He revealed his domineering side. Ling Tu showed a look of exasperation and said, "Don't you know that Xiao is also a divine alchemist? Not long ago, you refined 25 supreme divine pills for the clan. Don't you know how much contribution you've made to the clan? How dare you insult him like this? Grandfather is very disappointed. Now that the patriarch and the grand elder are here, they will immediately punish you when we return." Ling Chen was stunned. He had always known about Ling Xiao's identity as a divine alchemist, but that was decades ago. In just a few decades, not only did Ling Xiao become a supreme incipient god realm expert, but he had also become a divine alchemist. It was really beyond his expectations. However, what Ling Fei said next made him want to vomit blood. "Big brother, in fact, the supreme divine pill I gave you was what little brother Xiao asked me to give to you. Why do you hate little brother Xiao so much? This is your fault," Ling Fei said from the side. Ling Xiao was also stunned. Then he revealed a bitter smile. He didn't expect that Ling Fei would give the supreme divine pill to Ling Chen first and speak up for him. After all, Ling Fei and Ling Chen were brothers. How could this be? Ling Chen was dumbfounded. He knew that he had made a big mistake. Forget it. Big brother Ling Chen and I are just brothers. There's no harm done. Let's go back. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Chapter 1481. It was just a misunderstanding between Ling Xiao and Ling Chen. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't fight to the death with Ling Chen. As long as the misunderstanding was cleared up, everything would be fine. How could brothers have a grudge that lasted for one night? However, after listening to him, Ling Chen felt so ashamed. At that time, he had always thought that his position as the sect master was removed because of Ling Xiao. Now that he thought about it, Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to influence the decisions of the patriarch and the elders back then. Today, it seemed that the elders of the clan weren't satisfied with his conduct. That was why they had given him such a decision. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had been too merciful when he had fought against Fang Buer's team in the outer gate. If he had been more resolute to intimidate them, the internal conflict wouldn't have dragged on for a long time. Many times, it was Ling Xiao who had helped him solve his problems. He had wronged Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was because of Ling Xiao that he could break through to the incipient god realm. It made him feel so guilty that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He didn't have the face to see others. He had never thought that he would lose his composure like that. Ling Xiao was generous and didn't care about this. It made him feel worse. If Ling Xiao had scolded him, he would have felt better. Although Ling Chen was a man who cared about his reputation, he was a man who knew when to let go. He looked at Ling Xiao and said seriously, "Brother Xiao, I'm sorry. I hurt you. Now, I'm paying you back. After saying that, he actually raised his hand and used all his strength to slap his chest. Even if this palm couldn't take his life, it was enough to make his god body explode. However, when his palm was about to hit his chest, Ling Xiao grabbed Ling Chen's hand. Big brother, we don't have such deep hatred between us brothers. Moreover, you're my big brother. What's wrong with teaching me a few words? Don't take it to heart, or else I will be deeply disturbed. Ling Xiao said very sincerely. Indeed, when Ling Xiao returned to the clan, Ling Chen had taken good care of him. Ling Xiao respected Ling Chen very much. That's right, big brother. No matter what, little brother Xiao is still our little brother. What's the big deal about sparring? Come, let's go back and celebrate for you. Our clan now has another founding elder, hee hee. Ling Fei laughed from the side. Ling Fei was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to see his big brother regain his former glory. At this time, Ling Bo also showed a satisfied smile and said, since Xiao is so magnanimous, little Chen, don't take it to heart. In the future, you two brothers will work together to guard our clan. Bring our clan's divine might to greater heights and shake the entire heaven region. Isn't it great to become the #1 ancient clan? Ling Qiu also said excitedly, not bad, not bad. Little Chen was in the top 10 of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Xiao's battle prowess is unparalleled, and he also has the identity of the alchemy god. If the two of you can enter the Divine Supreme list, our clan's former glory will definitely be restored. That's right. At that time, the Demon Tiger clan won't dare to be arrogant in front of us. Ling Tu also agreed. These old men had a strong concept of the clan's glory. They were all thinking for the clan, which was really admirable. Although they had high hopes for Ling Chen and Ling Xiao, they were so proud that one of them could enter the Divine Supreme list. After all, the Divine Supreme list was the ranking of all the incipient God realm experts in the Heaven territory. There were only 100 positions. They were the most terrifying incipient God realm existences in the Heaven territory. Most of them were the old immortals who had entered the ancient realm. It was no doubt that it was as difficult as climbing up to the sky to compete with them. Until now, although the Kim people were famous in the Heaven territory, only 3 of them could enter the Divine Supreme list. The one with the highest rank was Forefather Ling Hongyu, who was trapped in Xianling continent. The other 2 had gone to outer space and hadn't returned for many years. If they didn't have the Jade Tube of Life, perhaps they would have thought that they were dead. If the other 2 returned to the clan, they would have a way to help their forefather escape. They didn't expect that their unintentional encouragement today would come true. In the future, Ling Chen and Ling Xiao would be the top existences in the Divine Supreme list, whose names could shake the entire Heaven territory. And Ling Xiao would be a legendary character that no one could compare to. This group of people returned to the clan's land from outer space. Ling Bo immediately gathered people to announce the news that Ling Chen had become an incipient God realm expert. The entire clan would celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, Ling Bo had announced many temptations to encourage his fellows to cultivate harder. He gave them all kinds of top pellets as rewards. Among them, the Supreme God pellet was the best divine item that people coveted the most. Many peak God kings and half-incipient God realm experts had tried their best to contribute to the clan. They wanted to catch the eyes of the chief and the elders to get a Supreme God pellet to break through. At the same time, Ling Feiwu got Ling Bo's order to carry out the same rewards outside the Dragon Gate. He wanted to recruit the loyalty of all the members of the Dragon Gate. He wanted them to stop thinking about internal strife and overthrowing the rule of the Kim people. The elders of the Divine Body faction also knew that they had lost their power. They didn't want to fight for the right to control the Dragon Gate anymore. They still wanted to depend on the Kim people to get more benefits. Thus, the elders of the Divine Body faction came to the territory of the Kim people to show their loyalty. They offered a lot of precious treasures to show their sincerity. The hidden danger of internal strife in the Dragon Gate was solved. The relationship between the Dragon Gate and the Kim people was restored. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was all Ling Zhao's contribution. From then on, The legend of Ling Xiao started to spread among the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. Gradually, it spread to the Sky Dragon area and even other places in the Heaven territory. Ling Xiao was still a character whose name could shake an entire region. Ling Xiao wasn't so loyal to these things anymore. He just wanted to complete his mission step by step. He wanted to increase his power to the peak of his life. Then, he would accompany all his women to travel around the world. He would be satisfied with everything. In fact, it was the sublimation of his dream when he was young. He wanted to rule the world when he was awake and lie on the knees of beauties when he was drunk. After Ling Xiao and Ling Chen shook hands and made peace, Ling Xiao didn't continue to stay in the clan. Instead, he brought the prodigal and left the clan. As for the 13th prince of the Golden Dragon, he didn't continue to go with them. After all, Ling Xiao didn't have the strength of a rank 11 true dragon. There weren't many rank 11 true dragons in the Golden Dragon. They were all extremely arrogant. They wouldn't follow Ling Xiao easily. Unless Ling Xiao revealed his bloodline and could defeat them, they would only follow Ling Xiao willingly. Ling Xiao didn't want to do this for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to subdue them when he needed their help in the future. Ling Xiao brought the prodigal back to the inner part of the outer sect peak. At this time, he found out that Yun Mingqi had already quietly left the Dragon Gate and returned to the Lotus sect in the profound sky region. Ling Xiao was somewhat regretful and disappointed. He didn't think that she would leave just like that. She even brought Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin with her. Because the two of them were the closest to Yun Mingqi among all the women, and they were also martial artists who specialized in the ice attribute. There would be a more suitable place for them to cultivate in the profound sky region. As for why Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were willing to leave him to cultivate in the profound sky region, it was because they didn't want to lose to the other sisters. They had to become divine kings as soon as possible. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this result. However, he could understand their urgent feelings. The pressure he gave them was too great. Now that he returned to the peak, there weren't many women by his side. Most of them had entered a state of cultivation or had gone to the ancient mountain range to train, striving to advance as soon as possible. The only one who didn't need to cultivate that hard was Feng Xianyun. She didn't seem to want to compete with others. She only knew to go with her nature. After spending a night of passion with Feng Xianyun, Ling Zhao's spirit was much more refreshed. For many years, Feng Xianyun was the woman who relied on him the least. She was also the one who helped him with many trivial matters. She silently supported him without any complaints or requests. This was what moved and made Ling Xiao the most. Yun heir, you've suffered following me all these years. On the soft bed, Ling Xiao hugged Feng Xianyun's delicate body and said softly. Feng Xianyun slightly shrunk into his arms and said with a faint smile, "What are you saying? You've brought me so much joy. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. How could I have my son, daughter, and grandchildren? I'm already very satisfied." She paused for a moment before continuing, "It's just that I've never helped you with anything. Do you think I'm very useless?" Even though she felt that her cultivation speed was very fast, she still couldn't keep up with Ling Zhao's footsteps. Instead, she was getting further and further away from him. She was at a loss as to what to do. While Ling Xiao was roaming around and doing many dangerous things, she couldn't help him at all. This made her very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao could understand what she was thinking. He said softly, "You can take care of my family. That's the best you can do for me. And I know you're capable. I can only try my best to improve myself. However, no matter what happens in the future, you can't stray too far from us. You have to come back often. Without you, this place will lose a lot of liveliness. It'll be very difficult for the sisters to raise their spirits," Feng Xianyun replied. She paused for a moment before continuing. "A few years ago, Grandpa found out that there was an ancestor of my clan in the Tianke region. He tried to persuade me to accompany him, but I rejected him. I didn't expect him to actually persuade Tian, or to bring him to the Tianke region. I'm very worried about them." "What? Father and Grandpa went to the Tianke region? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had returned to the Dragon Gate for quite some time now, but he hadn't seen his son yet. He said that he had gone out to travel, but it turned out that he had gone to the Tianke region. You've been busy ever since you came back. How could I tell you and make you worry? However, I asked Elder Kong Wen and Elder Kong Wu to escort them. I believe there won't be any big problems. It's just that I haven't heard from them for so many years, so I'm a little worried, Feng Xianyun said with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 1482. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about his son, Feng Lingtian. He understood his son. There weren't many people who could make him suffer. He believed that it was a good thing for them to return to the Gu tribe. However, the Gu tribe was too mysterious and had too many rules. He didn't know if they could successfully join the tribe. If he had known that they were there when he was in Tianke territory, he might have gone to find them to understand the situation. Ling Xiao comforted Feng Xianyun and stood up to leave Dragon Gate again. Before leaving, Ling Xiao first rewarded the elders and deacons of his peak. As long as it was someone on his peak, they would be able to obtain elixirs of different grades, and Ling Gang, the Qian Divine King who had always been following him, had even obtained a Supreme God elixir. This made Ling Gang almost go wild with joy. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so generous. If such a Supreme God pellet was placed in an auction, it would fetch a sky-high price. Ling Gang couldn't imagine it. He didn't need to think about it because he already had the Supreme God pellet in his hand. In fact, with his qualifications, he wasn't qualified to receive the Supreme God pellet. Those Supreme God pellets had to be given to people who had made great contributions to the tribe. For example, those incipient God realm experts who hadn't taken the Supreme God pellet could advance a step further. For example, those who were stuck at the peak of half-incipient God realm and hadn't been able to break through, or those outstanding people in Tenbin could receive such good treatment. He just followed the right person and received the Supreme God pellet earlier than others. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Ling Xiao left Dragon Gate again. He wanted to see how the descendants of the Soul Tribe were doing. However, this time, Ling Xiao had to bring another peerless beauty with him. She was Lai Ruyu, who had been staying at Dragon Gate. The reason why Lai Ruyu waited here was because she wanted to spend more time with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao wanted to refine pills and made her wait for 2 years. Needless to say, Lai Ruyu's temperament was very stubborn. Finally, she managed to get Ling Xiao out. I thought you didn't dare to come out and see me. Lai Ruyu pouted and looked at Ling Xiao. Obviously, Ling Xiao bringing her back to the Blazing Flame Merchants was a very heartwarming thing. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Aren't I doing this for alchemy? I still have to give Big Brother Yen and your aunt a congratulatory gift. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal person. I wasn't wrong about you." Lai Ruyu smiled in satisfaction. Ling Xiao didn't deliberately show his superior aura because of the change in his identity. This made Lai Ruyu admire and like him even more. Of course, Ling Xiao responded. He then said, "Don't be so slow. I still have things to do. I'll bring you back to the Merchant Union as soon as possible." Ling Xiao finished speaking and grabbed Lai Ruyu's wrist. He pulled her up into the sky and shot towards the direction of the Blazing Flame Merchants. Lai Ruyu took the opportunity to hug Ling Xiao's waist. Her face revealed an intoxicated expression. She could finally openly embrace this man in her arms. This kind of feeling really made her feel comfortable and strangely sweet. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored her. In his eyes, she would be his woman sooner or later. It was fine for her to suffer a small loss if she was taken advantage of. Early on, when Ling Xiao was in seclusion to refine pills, the Blazing Flame Merchants had sent people to deliver several sets of Supreme God pill materials. After Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, he unceremoniously kept all these materials. However, he didn't continue refining pills. Instead, he went directly to the Blazing Flame Merchants. Firstly, he had to escort Lai Ruyu back. Secondly, he still had a lot of Supreme God pills in his hands. It was enough for the Blazing Flame Merchants to use. However, although he was familiar with the Blazing Flame Merchants, Other than the 2 for Yen Yu and Lai Hongying, he would only give 3 to the Blazing Flame merchants. After all, there were too few Supreme God pills. Every Supreme God pill he used was 1 less. He had to cherish it. It would be of great use in the future. From Dragon Gate to the Blazing Flame merchants, Ling Xiao only spent half a month's time. This made Lai Ruyu quite dissatisfied. She blamed Ling Xiao for being in such a hurry. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't explain. He didn't have that much time to waste. When Ling Xiao arrived in Blazing Flame City, Lai Wudi, as the alliance leader, led a group of high-level Blazing Flame merchants to welcome him. There were even 3 founding elders among them. This could not be said to be low profile. Ling Xiao treated Lai Wudi's attitude calmly. His current identity was different, so he couldn't always be humble and low-key. Otherwise, it would be too fake. It had been many years since he last saw Lai Wudi. Surprisingly, he had the power of a half-incipient God realm expert. The Senjin of Goguryeo list had 1 less top expert. When the new Senjin of Goguryeo came, the new blood would be added. Medicine Godling's arrival at the Blazing Flame merchants is really a blessing for the merchant union. Lai Wudi slightly bowed to Ling Xiao. A character that even his father, Lai Fun, admired, Lai Wudi didn't dare to take advantage of his seniority. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Merchant Master Lai, you're too polite. No matter what, I'm still the merchant union's non-native officer. I don't deserve such a big courtesy." Lai Wudi laughed brightly and said, Medicine Godling is really nostalgic. It's our merchant union's honor to have a non-native officer like you. Come, let's talk inside the merchant union." Lai Wudi's heart was filled with emotions. He didn't expect that his subordinates had accidentally found a descendant of the Kim people, which allowed the merchant union's business to expand once again. Not only did they have a good relationship with the Dragon Gate and made many deals with the Dragon Gate, but because of Ling Xiao's identity, the Blazing Flame merchants had overshadowed the Sun Moon sect and the Godly Axe gang in the future. They were vaguely chasing after the sword cleansing village. Ling Xiao was considered one of the most influential people in the Blazing Flame merchants. After entering the merchant union, Ling Xiao met with many acquaintances one by one, including the tough woman, Lai Rui. It was only now that Ling Xiao found out that Lai Rui and Lai Ryu were sisters of the same father but different mothers. It was just that the gap between them was truly shocking. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. However, he had never underestimated Lai Rui. Her business methods weren't comparable to anyone. In addition, Ling Xiao also saw Chai Guan. He was actually recruited into the merchant union by the Blazing Flame merchants and became an inner deacon. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had neglected Chai Guan all these years. This person had followed him when he first arrived in the Heaven region. Chai Guan had chosen to follow Ling Xiao from the Zhang family when he was in Stone Heaven City and finally came to the Blazing Flame merchants. However, he was too weak, so Ling Xiao left him in his residence in Blazing Flame City and forgot about him. Speaking of which, he really felt guilty. Fortunately, the Blazing Flame merchants took care of Chai Guan on his behalf, which made him feel much better. However, Chai Guan's success was also very limited. Under the slight care of the Blazing Flame merchants, he only reached the strength of the Holy Emperor. The chances of him continuing to advance were already quite slim. All these years, he had been paying attention to any news related to Ling Xiao. However, his ability alone was limited. He didn't even have the qualifications to pay attention to him. It wasn't until Ling Xiao became the well-known Senjin of Goguryeo in the Sky Dragon region that he knew that Ling Xiao was already such a powerful existence. No wonder he abandoned a useless pawn like him. Fortunately, at that time, the Blazing Flame merchants proposed to place him in the Merchant Union as an inner deacon to do some things for the Merchant Union within his power. He knew that this was Ling Xiao's influence on the Blazing Flame merchants. It had a great impact on him and benefited him greatly. He also felt extremely satisfied. Later, when he heard that Ling Xiao had become the supreme medicine god, Chai Guan was even more shocked. Now that he saw Ling Xiao again, he was extremely excited. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to take him away from the Blazing Flame merchants and let him follow him. He only hoped to be able to look up to Ling Xiao again so that he could brag to others in the future and feel proud. However, although he thought so, Ling Xiao didn't think so. He directly came to Chai Guan's side, and Chai Guan hurriedly knelt to greet Ling Xiao. Greetings. Greetings, Lord Medicine God. Before his knees touched the ground, Ling Xiao had already firmly held his arm, preventing him from kneeling, and pulled him up. Chai Guan, you and I don't need to be so courteous. After all, I haven't been of much help to you all these years. From now on, you can stay in the Merchant Union with peace of mind. I believe that Alliance Leader Lai and President Lai won't mistreat you. Ling Xiao encouraged Chai Guan. At this time, Lai Rui expressed, Deacon Chai is very good at management, Tenbin. Recently, I plan to put him in the Merchant Union as a manager. Lai Rui said this to give Ling Xiao face. With Chai Guan's strength as the Holy Emperor, he could only be compared to a guard in the Blazing Flame Merchants. However, it was already a great honor for him to be given the position of an inner deacon. Now that he was given some management of the Merchant Union, it meant that he had a lot of power and would also receive more substantial benefits. Chai Guan, hurry up and thank the president. Ling Xiao patted Chai Guan's shoulder and said. Chai Guan was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude to Lai Rui. Thank you, President. Thank you. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao's arrival would give him a turn for the better. He was allowed to become a manager in the Merchant Union, which required at least the strength of a demigod king or above to be qualified. He was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. Immediately after, Ling Xiao, Lai Fin, Lai Wudi, and the others chatted freely. Lai Rui also ordered people to immediately set up a big banquet, and the atmosphere became more enthusiastic. At the banquet, Ling Xiao gave 2 Supreme God pellets to Yan Yu and Lai Honging. This made the Supremes and incipient God realm experts of the Blazing Flame Merchants very jealous. They really wanted to snatch it immediately. Lai Fen and Lai Wudi were also very envious. Although the Blazing Flame Merchants were known as the wealthiest in the world, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to buy a Supreme God pellet. Alchemist Ling, where's our Merchant Union's Supreme God pellet? Lai Wudi couldn't help but ask. The others were also looking at Ling Xiao, their eyes full of anticipation. Ling Xiao smiled and spread his hands. I've already given it to you. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, and the expressions on their faces were very interesting. Chapter 1483. The Blazing Flame Merchants had already asked Yan Yu and Lai Honging to send Supreme God materials to the Dragon Gate for Ling Xiao. At that time, there were people who received the materials they sent. There were a total of 10 sets of materials. Even if it wasn't enough to refine 10 Supreme God pills, there should be at least 3 or 4. However, Ling Xiao suddenly gave 2 Supreme God pills to Yan Yu and Lai Honging, and then said that it was for them. This meant that there were only 2 Supreme God pills for 10 sets of materials. Did this mean that Ling Xiao only had a 20% chance of success? However, Ling Xiao clearly said that these 2 Supreme God pills were for Yan Yu and Lai Honging as a congratulatory gift. How could they be confused with the Supreme God pills of their Merchant Union? It was no wonder that everyone's expressions had turned ugly. Lai Honging was the first to stand up. She said with dissatisfaction, Ling Xiao, what's wrong with you? Could it be that these 2 divine pills are a congratulatory gift for us, and also for the Merchant Union's Supreme Divine Pills? Yan Yu scolded Lai Honging. Honging, sit down and talk. Lai Honging angrily sat down. She didn't care that Ling Xiao was the Supreme Alchemy God and kept staring at him. It seemed that if he didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she wouldn't be satisfied. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He looked at Lai Rui and said, Rui, if you don't take it out now, I'm afraid I'll be listed as the most unpopular person in your Merchant Union. That's right, on the way here he had already handed the Supreme God pills to Lai Rui. He originally thought that it would be fine for Lai Rui to hand it over to Lai Wudi or Lai Fun. There was no need to put it on the table. He didn't expect that Lai Wudi would ask so eagerly, which made the atmosphere a lot more awkward. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone's gaze fell on Lai Rui. Lai Ruyu raised her proud face and said to her father, "Daddy, I just wanted to give you a surprise, but you had to ask me in person. How rude." As soon as she finished speaking, she took out the 3 supreme god pellets, causing everyone to look at her with greed. Lai Wudi came back to his senses and said to Ling Xiao with shame, "Ling, Alchemist Ling, this is so embarrassing. I really didn't know you had already given it to Ruyu." The supreme divine pill was of utmost importance, so it was no wonder that he, the Alliance Master, was anxious. Ling Xiao waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing, I can understand Chief Lai's feelings." Well said. "Come, let me give you a toast. Thank you for everything you've done for our merchant union. Later, I'll have Wudi give you a generous gift to express his gratitude." Lai Fen stood up and said to Ling Xiao. Lai Fen was the person with the highest seniority. As soon as he stood up, everyone followed suit and stood up with their cups of wine, toasting to Ling Xiao. With these supreme god pellets, their merchant union strength would definitely be able to go up another level. Ling Xiao also stood up and drank with them. The atmosphere at the banquet once again rose. That night, Ling Xiao stayed in the blazing flame merchants. Before he could rest, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already arrived at his courtyard. Lai Ruyu was as tender and beautiful as a flower. Her beauty was indescribable, and there was no part of her that wasn't seductive. On the other hand, Zhou Zhijing always had the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. She was like an orchid in a valley, the ideal type of wife for any man. When Ling Xiao saw them coming together, he immediately felt a headache. As the saying goes, it's hard to accept a beauty's kindness. Ling Xiao had a deep understanding of this saying. If it was in the past, he would accept as many beauties as he could, but now he couldn't learn to be single-minded even if he wanted to. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Could it be that I really want to be dissolute for the rest of my life? This isn't what I want. If other men knew that Ling Xiao was lamenting like this, they would definitely spit at Ling Xiao, wanting to drown him alive. This guy was shameless to the extreme, getting ping yi and still selling it. "Come on, if you have the ability, exchange places with us." This was definitely the voice of any man. It was just that they didn't know if Ling Xiao would be willing to exchange places. "Why are you guys here?" Ling Xiao looked at the 2 women and said with a faint smile. This is our territory, of course we can come and go as we please." Lai Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao like a lamb waiting to be punished, as if he was at her mercy. "Greetings, Lord Drug God." Zhou Zhijing bowed to Ling Xiao and greeted respectfully. She always maintained this dignified image, and did not act presumptuously like Lai Ruyu towards Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was the supreme drug god, and compared to her, a low-level god king, the difference was too great. If it weren't for Lai Ruyu dragging her over, she wouldn't have the courage to see Ling Xiao because she felt inferior. She had always been called the 2 golden flowers of the commerce union with Lai Ruyu, but in front of the absolute strong, they were nothing more than beautiful skeletons. They could have as many beauties as they wanted, so why would they hang on to them? It was just that after hearing Lai Ruyu say that Ling Xiao was very affectionate, Zhou Zhijing was still incited by Lai Ruyu to accompany her to see Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and looked at Zhou Zhijing. "Zhijing, you don't have to be so polite. It seems that after not seeing me for a long time, you are treating me as an outsider." Zhou Zhijing listened to Ling Xiao's words, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She thought to herself, it's really as Junior Sister said, he hasn't changed at all. Just as Zhou Zhijing was about to speak, Lai Ruyu said, "Of course, Senior Sister is the #1 beauty in our merchant union. There are countless people chasing after her. If it weren't for the fact that she can't forget someone, she would have already married someone." Ling Xiao touched his nose and laughed dryly. "Oh, marriage is a good thing. I don't know what kind of hero is worthy of a beauty like Zhijing." Zhou Zhijing cast a resentful look at Ling Xiao and said, "I think it's quite good now. Why do you have to marry?" Lai Ruyu moved closer to Ling Xiao's side and glared at him. "Are you very proud of yourself for having your senior sister foolishly wait for you?" Ling Xiao glanced at Lai Ruyu, then looked at Zhou Zhijing, and then did something that they didn't expect. Ling Xiao actually reached out and pulled both of them into his arms. The two women froze for a moment, then their faces turned red. They lowered their heads and buried their heads in Ling Xiao's chest, not daring to breathe loudly. With the two beauties in his arms, Ling Xiao felt their soft fragrance, but his mind was calm. He looked up at the sky and said faintly, "I know what you two are thinking. To be honest, I don't mind having two more beauties as my wives, but you should know that following me is a very unfair thing, because I already have a lot of women. I love them and they also love me deeply. I will not abandon them." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Moreover, I have two very important missions to complete. These two missions are very dangerous, and if I am not careful, I may die. So, if you follow me, you must be prepared to lose me at any time. Don't scare me, okay? You're at incipient God realm now. What mission could be so dangerous that it could kill you?" Lai Ruyu hugged Ling Xiao's sturdy waist nervously. Zhou Zhijing also parted her red lips and said, "Since the ancient times, many heroes have had many wives and concubines. I don't mind being one of them. My heart belongs to you. No matter where you are, I will always be yours." Zhou Zhijing had expressed that she had no regrets. Even if something bad happened to Ling Xiao in the future, she would only have Ling Xiao in her heart. Even the characters on the Supreme God list can die. With my current competence, it's not strange if I die. As for what mission I'm going to do, you don't need to worry about it. Anyway, I didn't lie to you. Think about it carefully." Ling Xiao said solemnly. "I've thought about it clearly. You're my man. You can't run away in this lifetime. Even if you're the supreme god of medicine, you can't escape from my palm." Lai Ruyu said resolutely. Zhou Zhijing sat next to him and said, "I don't expect to be with you all the time, but I hope to be with you." After saying that, the two women gave Ling Xiao an ecstatic kiss. Ling Xiao was touched. He looked up to the sky and laughed, "How can I, Ling Xiao, be favored by two beauties? I really want to drink to my heart's content immediately. It's easy for you to drink, but I don't think it's romantic to drink here. Why don't we drink on the boats in the moat? Senior sister and I will serve you and let you feel like a rich young master." Lai Ruyu was also very happy to remind him. Zhou Zhijing's beautiful eyes flashed with expectation. "I can play the guqin for you, and junior sister can dance for you." Ling Xiao had no reason to refuse. He nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go to the moat." Thus, the three of them rushed out of the Merchant Union's headquarters that night and went to the moat of Raging Flame City. Under the night sky, the moat was brightly lit. There were many young masters coming and going. On the boats, there were many sexy and revealing women greeting them. Sounds of frolicking could be heard from time to time. Ling Xiao and the two women boarded the largest boat that Zhou Zhijing had ever stayed on. They immediately cleared most of the people on the boat, leaving only a few serving maids and guards to protect the boat. Ling Xiao sat in front of the table, and wine and delicacies were immediately presented in front of him. Zhou Zhijing held the pipa, and her beautiful eyes were full of emotion. She played it lightly, and the sound of her mouth filled the cabin. A graceful figure slowly stepped out from behind the screen. Her beautiful feet were the first to enter Ling Xiao's line of sight. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stare at them in a daze. Then, Lai Ruyu changed into a hazy red gauze and appeared in front of Ling Xiao with a few courtesans. Her dance was light and graceful, and her red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her jade-like skin was radiant and alluring. Lai Ruyu was like a top courtesan. She was incomparably gorgeous. She twisted her snake-like waist, and her voluptuous breasts stood upright and swayed. Her round buttocks swayed seductively. That pair of affectionate eyes flashed with a strong sense of affection. The fluttering red silk teased the deepest part of her heart. Ling Xiao had only drunk a few cups of wine when he suddenly felt a little drunk. The night was hazy, and the water was singing. The dance was moving, the wine was intoxicating, and the beauty was like jade. Chapter 1484. Ling Xiao stayed at the Blazing Flame Merchants for around half a month before he could leave. The main reason was that the blazing flame merchants were too friendly. They had even tried to seduce him with their beauty. If he hadn't been so determined, he would have fallen into this gentle place and wouldn't have wanted to leave. Before he left, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing's eyes were filled with passion and reluctance. It was too much for him to bear. It was lucky that he hadn't eaten them yet. Otherwise, they would have pestered him and wouldn't let him leave. Ling Xiao didn't want to enjoy the beauty's kindness for the time being. He resolutely left the blazing flame merchants and hurried to the place he had arranged for the descendants of the Soul Clan. It wouldn't be too late to talk about love after he had completed his mission. Ling Xiao had arranged for the descendants of the Soul Clan to stay in a place not far from the Fiend Clan's territory. It was in the territory of the Sword-Washing Manor. However, the Sword-Washing Manor couldn't control that place. Moreover, the place Ling Xiao had set up was in a remote area outside the Ghost Mountain range, which wasn't eye-catching. At first glance, it looked like a poor farm, so it wouldn't attract people's attention. At the God King realm, they wouldn't dare to rob the people in such a poor village. That would be too shameful. Moreover, Ling Xiao had left gods' corpses and demons at the half-incipient god realm to guard the place. Unless a supreme expert came, no one could hurt them. However, if the Soul Clan members stayed in the place Ling Xiao had arranged, they would be fine. However, they also had to adapt to the life in the Heaven territory. They had to interact with other races, see the world outside, learn more about rare treasures, and increase their knowledge. Thus, when they left the new land of their clan, they couldn't control themselves. It was easy for them to break through and have conflicts with others. Yun Tian was Ling Xiao's second disciple. When Ling Xiao had accepted him as a disciple, he had just been at the Spirit Master realm. In the Heaven territory, this kind of cultivation base wasn't different from an ordinary person. Even a random manservant could have the same power as him. However, at that time, he was still young, only a teenager. After Ling Xiao brought the soul race back to the Heaven domain, the strength of the soul race increased rapidly with the help of the rich world energy here. Yun Tian, on the other hand, was the most outstanding genius amongst the descendants of the Soul Clan. Moreover, he had once received personal guidance from Ling Xiao. Naturally, his strength had risen extremely quickly. Decades had passed, and Yunli was now a man in his 50s. Ling Xiao had already used the heavenly spring to cleanse Yun Tian's body. Although his cultivation speed wasn't as monstrous as those with divine bodies, it wasn't any worse than the true disciples of any superpowers. Attaining the half-saint realm at such a young age was sufficient for him to maintain the appearance of someone in his 20s. However, he now looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. He was extremely old and his vitality was about to dry up. In Demon Soul City, which was the closest to the Soul clan, Yun Tian was actually tied up with chains and hung on the city walls. Numerous hideous scars covered his entire body, and fresh blood was ceaselessly seeping out from them. He looked extremely terrifying and sorry. He had been captured and tied up with holy chains. They wanted to hang him alive here. Beside him were a few corpses that had already died. They probably couldn't hold on any longer and died before Yun Tian. Now, Yun Tian felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. His dantian had been destroyed and there was no way for him to recover his injured body. His condition was already extremely bad. He could only silently shout in his heart, "Us, Master, Tian, has let you down. I can't support the clan anymore." Everyone who passed by looked at Yun Tian hanging on the city wall and pointed at him and discussed. How pitiful! He actually dared to offend young Master Ing. He must be tired of living. Isn't that so? In Demon Soul City, who doesn't give young Master Ing some face? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Not only did this pitiful fellow have his cultivation companion stolen, he also has to be hung on the city wall to die. There aren't many women that young Master Ing fancies who can't get them. However, that little girl really has a personality. A few days ago, I heard that she would rather die than submit and has already committed suicide. Femme fatale. I'm afraid that no beautiful woman will dare to come here in the future. Even so, young Master Ying's methods are too ruthless. I'm afraid that one day he will meet a ruthless opponent. He'll have to suffer. Lower your voice. If you're heard, you'll be in big trouble. The surrounding people all revealed looks of pity. However, most of them were filled with mockery. In any place, only the strong were right to do things. The weak were always wrong. There was nothing that could be explained with words. Yun Tian and the Soul clan had always followed Ling Zhao's instructions. They had to keep a low profile and not expose their identity as Soul clan members. At the very least, they had to reach the Divine King realm before they could show their abilities. However, why was Yun Tian captured here and ended up in such a miserable state? It was precisely because Yun Tian had returned from his travels and was preparing to bring his cultivation companion, Liang Huan, to Demon Soul City to buy some daily necessities and return to the clan. He had been to Demon Soul City many times, so he wasn't worried that the Dead Spirit clan would discover that they were from the Soul clan. However, the problem this time wasn't because of him, but because of his wife, Liang Huan. Speaking of Liang Huan, she wasn't the young miss of some big power, but a servant girl from a small city's family. When Yun Tian first met Liang Huan, she was dressed in simple and crude clothes, but it couldn't hide her elegant and moving beauty. At that time, she and her family's young ladies were being chased by some roving bandits. The others were all killed, and she was also being humiliated by those roving bandits. Yun Tian did not hesitate to kill those roving bandits. Fortunately, they weren't strong, otherwise he wouldn't dare to act like a hero. What's more, the other party was of a higher level than him, so they couldn't withstand his mental power bombardment. After a difficult fight, Yun Tian finally saved the damsel in distress, killing all the roving bandits and saving Liang Huan. When Liang Huan realized that the person who saved her was a handsome young man, she immediately had a good impression of him. Since her young ladies were all killed, she couldn't return to her family, so she was willing to become Yun Tian's servant girl and serve him for the rest of her life. However, Yun Tian was an inexperienced man and had never been served by anyone before, so he seemed to be very restrained. Later, after the two of them got along, Yun Tian was captivated by Liang Huan's gentleness and virtue, and Liang Huan was also deeply attracted to Yun Tian. The two of them then naturally became husband and wife. After Yun Tian brought Liang Huan to travel for a period of time, he wanted to bring her back to meet his parents and clansmen, which could be considered as an official recognition of Liang Huan's identity. However, when Yun Tian brought Liang Huan to Demon Soul City to buy some things on the way back, something happened. Ying Huang was the son of Demon Soul City's city lord, Ying Yonggao. People called him Young Master Ying. He was lecherous and especially cruel to others. Not long after Yun Tian and Liang Huan arrived at Demon Soul City, they met Ying Huang, who was strolling around. Ying Huang was attracted by Liang Huan's elegant temperament the moment he saw her. He also noticed that Yun Tian and Liang Huan's strength wasn't that great. Moreover, this was Demon Soul City, the territory of the Dark Shadow clan. His father was the city lord, so he didn't have to worry about anything here. Therefore, he teased Liang Huan and wanted to take her back to enjoy himself. Yun Tian didn't want to cause trouble, but the other party was too much. He even touched Liang Huan, so he couldn't help but attack Ying Huang. However, Ying Huang had many thugs around him, and these thugs were much stronger than Yun Tian and Liang Huan. Even if Yun Tian used his mental power to attack, it would be difficult for him to kill them. After all, the weakest of them was a saint. Yun Tian was worthy of being Ling Zhao's disciple. Even though he was only a half-saint, he could fight a true low-level saint. Unfortunately, the other party had many people. His mental power wasn't very effective against a saint, so it was impossible for him to kill his way out. His friends who followed him were captured and killed one after another. His dantian was destroyed and he was captured. They were all hung on the city walls until they were dead. As for Liang Huan, she was forced back to the city lord's mansion by Ying Huang's men. However, Liang Huan wasn't willing to be humiliated, so she bit her tongue and committed suicide. This incident had only happened a few days ago, but it immediately spread all over the city. Of course, this was just a casual topic for them, and it wasn't something to be surprised about. After all, This kind of thing was already a common occurrence for them. In Demon Soul City, a young man who had reached the mid-level saint level was being reprimanded by a middle-aged man. Wang, when can you stop worrying? You wander around the city all day and even capture women on the streets. Do you think your father is invincible here? If the other party has a strong background, then we wouldn't even know what happened even if we died. The middle-aged man shouted at the young man with extreme displeasure. The middle-aged man was the city lord of Demon Soul City, Ing Yonggao, and he possessed the strength of a high-level god king. The young man was Ing Huang. Ing Yonggao had just come out from his clan when he heard about Ing Huang forcefully seizing a woman, and he immediately scolded his son in disappointment. Ing Huang said indifferently, "Father, what are you talking about? She's just a woman who isn't even a saint, so what's there to be afraid of? I just wanted her to accompany me, but I never expected that she would be such an unappreciative fellow. If she's killed, then so be it. Could it be that someone dares to act atrociously in front of us?" Ing Yonggao frowned and shouted, "Bastard, do you think I can do whatever I want just because I'm the city lord? Don't you remember that there were 2 city lords who died here a few decades ago? Even third uncle died, and your father was arranged to be the city lord just to die. Fortunately, the enemy has already left, otherwise your father would have died a long time ago, and you wouldn't be so arrogant. Let me tell you, from today onwards, if you want to steal a woman, you have to hide it. You can't be so ostentatious, or else I'll teach you a lesson." Ing Huang was overjoyed and laughed, "Yes, father." Just as the father and son were talking, a person happened to pass by Demon Soul City and descended here. A terrifying rage was about to burn Demon Soul City. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.